Board meeting of Thursday, June 18th, 2026. We are doing something a little different tonight. We have public hearings on the agenda. We advertise for the public hearings for 6 o'clock so that people would get here early. And we're going to start with the public hearings. This is to prevent us from sitting down there to do some initial business and maybe do some work session items, popping up here to do public hearings, going back down, and mics get moved. It takes time, so we're trying to be a little bit more efficient. There are two public hearings on the agenda tonight. The first one is to open the hearing for the Overlook project. So we'll have a presentation from the applicant, and we will take any public comments from anyone here who wants to speak, and I'll go over how that process works after the applicant and the board have a discussion about the project. So let's get right to it. Cindy, if you want to just read in the particulars for the first project.
6 o'clock public hearing, 1501, 1505, 1509, 1511, 1515 Main Street, 12 Walnut Street, and 19 North Country Road, the Overlook Site Development Plan. Application number PB-0759-25. Location 1501, 1505, 1509, 1511, 1515 Main Street, 12 Walnut Street, and 19 North Country Road. Suffolk County Tax Map Number, Section 21, Block 6, Lots 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13, 14, 19.1, and 20.1. Zoning, C1 Commercial District. Applicant, LBG Port Jefferson Holdings, LLC. Property owner, LBG Port Jefferson Holdings, LLC, and Medford Assembly of God, a.k.a. Access Church. Contact Eric Nicosia, R.A. Description, proposed mixed-use buildings, retail office, restaurant takeout, covered garage, multiple dwellings, and common areas. Action tonight is an open public hearing.
Thank you, Cindy. Who from the applicant would like to come up? And you probably need the plans up there, correct?
I'm probably going to be pretty brief and introduce some experts, but
Okay.
you can put them up.
Okay, in the meantime, we'll get them ready.
Michael Strauss, 907 Main Street, Port Jefferson, representing the applicant, who's the owner of the main parcel where the building's going to be constructed, and is under contract to purchase what you know as the Assembly of God Church, which is predominantly going to be exclusively used for parking. The proposal, the building, as you know, it's on the southeast corner, the existing older buildings of North Country Road and Main Street, and then go up through what was the old auto supply store, and then again the Assembly of God Church, which is going to be used for parking. It's an 82,669 square foot, 4-story mixed-use building with 74 apartments, 66 one-bedroom and 8 two-bedrooms, and 3,216 square feet on the ground floor of retail and office. There are basement amenities, including a game room and a fitness center. There's ground floor parking there of about 15 spaces, and then another 71 spaces, which is accessed with a crosswalk where the church is located. We believe the project's highly in conformance with the comprehensive plan and will be a great benefit in addition to the uptown area in Port Jeff there. It's been determined that we're in compliance with the zoning and that no variances were necessary. The fourth floor has been determined to be a major public benefit, to have a major public benefit to allow it, because we're going to share the parking with municipal use parking. At this point, I have with me one of the engineers from VHB, Angelo Leno, who could give you a few words in more detail about the site plan, and Eric Nicosia, the architect, if there's anything necessary in terms of details on the building and the review with the Architectural Review Board.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody. Angelo Leno with VHB Engineering, office at 100 Motor Parkway, Hauppauge. Would you mind putting up the site plan, please? So just to add to Mr. Strauss's testimony, presently the site is fully improved with commercial buildings and asphalt parking lots. The project does propose to demolish all existing buildings, all existing asphalt, to construct the aforementioned mixed-use building on the west side. On the east side would be, the east side of Walnut Street would be the 71 space parking lot that was mentioned. The public right-of-way around the building will be improved with curb and sidewalk per DOT standards. There will be no vehicular access off of Main Street or North Country Road. Access to both lots will be off of Walnut Street. It's noted that that 89 spaces are required for zoning and 86 are provided, where the applicant will seek a pilot for the additional 3 spaces. Emergency access is available on all sides or on 3 sides of the building from North Country Road, Main Street, and Walnut. With regard to the engineering of the site, a stormwater management system is proposed. The project proposes to store 3 inches of runoff per the village standards. All of the structures will be installed under the parking lot on the east side, and we're in the process of preparing a stormwater pollution prevention plan for the project to demonstrate that it conforms with the DEC general permit requirements. With regard to utilities, there is public water and sewer in Main Street, which will be accessed. We currently have applications in with the Suffolk County Water Authority for water availability, as well as the Suffolk County Department of Health Services. And we made a application to the Suffolk County Sewer Agency, as the east side fronting Main Street is within the sewer district. However, to the right of that dashed line, you can see on the plan, that portion of the building is outside of the sewer district, so a out-of-district connection will be required. With regard to gas and electric, we will coordinate, obviously, with PSE&G and NatGrid, respectively, to service the building. Along with the site plans, site engineering plans, lighting plan was submitted. All lighting around the building will be dark sky compliant, conform to the village codes, as well as a landscaping plan. All landscaping is proposed to be native and adaptive and also conform to village requirements. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions if they come up. Thank you.
Any initial questions from the board on the site plan?
Well, I do have a question. The apartments in the building that are facing south, they're also facing Tara in parking lot. And I'm a little concerned about when the cars pull in at night. I know the apartments are a little bit lower than the grade on Tara in parking lot. I'm still concerned about the headlights on the cars aiming into the apartments facing south. I was wondering what plans were there besides a solid fence to prevent that or to lessen it?
Sure. Well, I was gonna turn to the landscape plan and talk about the screening that's proposed. So we do, yeah, if you flip through to the landscape plan, we do propose a hedgerow along the property line, along with some shade trees within that setback area.
What, I'm sorry.
Oh,
What kind of hedges?
I'm sorry?
What kind of hedges?
Is it rendering?
They are,
It's the fence, that's all they need.
the fence?
There's gonna be no lighting on the
Okay.
solid fence.
Okay. So it's an
I'm
opaque.
sorry, you have to say that
Yep,
again.
it's an opaque fence as per the rendering that's shown.
Okay, so when a car comes into the lot and pulls into a parking space, it's adequate enough to stop headlights from beaming into these apartments?
Yes, yes,
Gonna hold you to that.
sounds good.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Just along the same lines of privacy, hedges, and landscaping, I just want to actually, Dan, if you know, do we need privacy between parking and a commercial property? So you know the dentist isn't leaving, and the parking lot that's attached to the building. The parking lot that's on the same lot as the building is not the parking lot where the church is.
Yep.
Am I making sense?
Yep.
That does not have any landscaping in between it and the neighbor, which is a dentist, I believe. So I just can't remember if we need screening between.
Technically, it's residential. Usually it's commercial to residential.
That's what I thought. So then along those lines, do we need a little more screening on Walnut with the,
The way the code reads, it seems that the board's determination as
Okay.
to what's adequate. It's the way it reads. We can pull it up later, but the way it reads is as long as the board has to find adequate determination that it's been appropriately screened there from adjacent residential uses.
okay. But you know what I'm saying, the, in between the I think it's a dentist.
Yes.
Yeah. In between the dentist and the parking lot, we don't need screening there.
Not per code. but
Okay,
Yeah, not per code.
great. I couldn't remember.
Anybody else? Good? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, good evening, Eric Nicosia, architect for the applicant. And I guess if I could pull those renderings up, and the one that's around the backside also, that one's good too. So, and the parking on that. We have another rendering that we had submitted more recently. Yeah. So, yep, I think we're getting warmer. But we do have also along that dentist property is another 6-foot fence, and we do have a row of hedges that's going along there. So and we'll find that other rendering as we go on here. I guess you can leave the front there. So there is a row of hedges also on that side also, and the part about the required screening is when it's opposite a residential zone. So that's not a factor because it's all the C2 zone in that section. So our building is also in compliance with the other part of the zoning code that requires that the facade be modulated. In this case, every 28 feet, we do have the ins and outs of the building that help define its character. Also, another requirement is that the entrances be set back at least 3 feet, which we have. And I'll point them out, but there is the apartment. I can't speak and point to the mic at the same time. But the entrance for the apartments is the further one towards the south. Thank you, with the pointer. And the two entrances for the retail spaces are further down, and both of those are also recessed. The other requirement is for 30% glazing on the upper floors, which we have. The lower floors will have the 60% of the glazing that's required. The building features all masonry exterior veneer. It has a brick that you can see there, as well as limestone portions of the panel. And we do have updated renderings, and I have brought them with me too, and we can help present them. But that top piece that runs across the top, which is the 4th floor, that's set back 12 feet. That's required by the zoning code. And that, based on our meetings with the ARC, that has been all changed to all limestone all across the top. Also on the top, we have some the black trellises that dot the terraces that run the whole length of the building. So that terrace is 12 feet deep, and it continues along Main Street and on North Country Road as the required setback. All the windows have limestone lintels and limestone sills. We have a mix of casement window arrangements and the double hung type windows with transoms on it. Those windows will be all black. We do have some of the balcony areas, as you can see, that are recessed also, and that help define the entrance. We have the awnings that also are spread out through the facade of the building. We worked with the ARC and addressed some of their suggestions, including that corner window is half round. We also have other renderings that show that. We recessed that a little bit. The cornice has been enlarged across the top around the whole building, and we worked to address their comments. The commercial portion of the building takes up about 60% of the frontage along Main Street. So the building's about 207 feet long, and 128 feet of that is the commercial space. The only residence space is the entry area. There's a lobby lounge in the front and a small business area that is part of that frontage, and also will be an important part of the streetscape and what is going on there. I know there's a lot of discussion about it, as much retail as possible, but it's also will be helpful having those residents to be able to interact with Main Street also. The details of the building continue all the way around all the corners of the building. The project has 2 elevators, has 3 interior stairs. We have a basement fitness room and game room, and the 66 apartments and 8 2-bedroom apartments, and they range from the 720, 750 range into the 850 range, with the 2 bedrooms being approximately 1,100 or so square feet. I believe I've covered a lot of the topics I was going to. Many of the apartments have balconies and Juliet balconies spread out around the building. If there's any questions I can entertain, I'd be happy to answer.
Did you say that the Architectural Review Committee asked for the 4th floor to be all limestone, or am I mistaken?
Correct. That was one of the comments that they had made, and we took up their suggestions. So, correct. That little piece in there has been filled in. So we had resubmitted, I believe it was on the 28th of May, and that would be the renderings that are now part of the submission, along with the elevations we had updated.
So you're current with the comments from the ARC, resolving them, and
Correct,
you haven't
yeah.
had any, you haven't questioned any. I think you've been making the adjustments
Correct,
as
and
needed.
There we go. So that's that change there, and also the top of the cornice was made enlarged. I don't know if we're in the same department. If you want to scroll through those other renderings, might help too.
So for clarity for the public,
There's nice.
the recess is only on Main Street? The
I'm
4th story recess
Correct,
is
on
only
North-
from Main Street.
North
So,
Country and Main Street.
oh, North Country as well,
Right. Yeah,
just so
correct.
that everyone,
Correct.
okay.
And that's the backside where the dentist is. We have, there is an existing tree there. It's hard to exactly place that, but that's part of the landscape on that property. But we also have a fence and a row of hedges that run along that. And the building, is landscaped. Again, on the other side, on the terrace side, we do have that fence, and we have the street, essentially similar to street trees that are placed along that strip. And also, the slope of the property is not accurately depicted, as in the terrace. The property is sloped from front to back. And the parking is angled, but I think it's going to be adequately blocking the headlights, as reasonable as can be expected.
Okay. Other questions? Any other questions? No? Gil? No? Okay. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
Obviously, we're here to answer any questions. I think that completes our presentation, but of course,
Okay.
be happy to answer any other continuing questions.
Any other? Nothing?
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you just refresh my memory? The southern street level space, what was going to go in there?
That's a relatively small space that's, he has the pointer on and that end of it. So we'll be utilizing that as a Zoom room or a business type office.
For the
For
tenants?
the tenants, correct.
Okay. Some artwork in the front window?
Yes, and also the street is pretty severe. There's at least an 8-foot difference in height all the way. So on the entrance for where the residence enter, it's about a 9-foot, 10-foot ceiling. And so that street is still climbing as you go. So the floor level is actually 3 feet or so below grade there. So you're not staring in directly at floor level at that point. So that is recessed from the street essentially. But the ceiling height's much higher as you go further to the north.
Thank you.
I have a traffic question, so I guess that would be Pat Lenahan.
Good evening. Pat Lenahan, VHB Engineering.
Okay, I just wanted to refresh my memory on the Baxter. We did not ask you for a traffic study. I believe just the parking study, parking adequacy.
The Baxter, you had asked for the detailed parking study. In addition, you asked us to look at Texaco Avenue at sheep pasture
Right,
regarding the blocking issue, which we
Which you
did and
did.
came up with a
Right.
recommendation.
right.
Here, it was, in terms of traffic,
Mm-hmm.
we looked at the comp plan update and we did a consistency analysis falling well below that level. And we did look at the parking provided, et cetera, but really that
Okay.
was the limits of the traffic work for this one.
Okay, so on the overlook, I thought in a work session that I had mentioned that we'd like to see just that, I believe, Sheep Pasture Road and Main Street and North Country Road, that intersection, just the numbers updated to reflect the two developments and to see if there's any adjustments that need to be made in the signal timing and the capacity, the capacity analysis done and maybe some suggestions of what to do with to improve the signal timing there. Or is it adequate as is?
I do not, maybe that's a meeting I wasn't at, Mr.
Okay.
Tobias. I don't recall that.
What I'll do, I'll go back through the notes, previous notes, and see if that was asked for.
Okay.
But I mean, I could ask for it now, but it'd be better if I had already asked you and not surprised you at the end. So let me just take a look at that.
Okay.
And maybe we can talk more when I have a look at that.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we have first Dan. Would you like to make some any comments from staff on the project at all?
Probably save mine for the work session, if that's okay.
Yeah, okay, we can cover
Yeah.
that in the work session, all right. At this point, since it is a public hearing, we just opened it, we'd like to ask anyone who would like to speak to come up. Put your hand up first, I'll recognize you, come up, just state your name and address. And then you'll be able to, please address the board with any questions you have, and we'll relay them to the applicant to answer if in fact we can't answer them, which in most cases we don't answer them because they're the experts on the project. So please, if you come up, just keep your comments to the board and questions to the board, and we'll get answers if we can. We also what we'll probably do here is just adjourn the public hearing to the next our next meeting, which is going to be July 9th, because we like to take at least 2 weeks from the first hearing date to get any public comments that come in either by being dropped off at Village Hall or mailed in, if that's the case. And then we'll restrict comments at that point from the public. But anybody here tonight would like to ask a question? Come on up.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Janice Fleisch-Meaton, recording secretary of the Port Jefferson Civic Association. This letter doesn't include the parts that I heard with some changes with the setback of the 4th level. But we're addressing concerns to the board based on what we already knew about the 3 concerns regarding the proposed Overlook and Baxter projects. The first is density. Calculated density for the Overlook and Baxter projects is of the magnitude above approximately 4 units per acre, typical of medium density development in this village. It's Manhattan level density without Manhattan infrastructure. No easy public transit, no grocery stores or essential services within walking distances, which brings to a second concern, which is transit. We strongly object to characterizing these projects as transit-oriented developments. Proximity to a train station alone does not make it a project that's transit-oriented. The Port Jefferson branch operates under 12 trains a day. Most departures require at least 1 transfer with a one-way commute. That's often over 2 hours to the city, which is why so many opt to drive to Ronkonkoma, defeating any transit-oriented benefit. The Overlook is seeking a 4th floor, and this is where I see now there's already changes, but we urge the board to address the concern, to partner with the village advocating for the modernization of the Port Jeff Rail branch that would make these projects truly transit-oriented development. And then there's a reference to the section 250-19G about the 4th floor, which is called a bonus. Our last concern is the visual impact. The village code stated intent to preserve our rural character. Combine these proposed and existing upper port projects, create a towering, unbroken 4-story wall on Main Street. To soften the visual impact, we are asking to support local biodiversity, reducing stormwater runoff, and the Civic is asking the board to require as a condition full height structural trellises planted with native species, including things like Virginia creeper, coral honeysuckle, native foundation shrubs at grade level, and engineered rooftop raised beds. Civic is prepared to provide detailed plant lists and bed composition should the board wish to develop these conditions further. We saw on the agenda there was also an application for tree clearing that we had a comment.
Yeah, that'll be later. Going to actually just restrict it to this project for this year. We're going to actually continue with the public hearing for the Baxter. If you have additional comments on the Baxter, you have them written up. That's excellent because it gives a chance. I will say that the transit-oriented development also includes bus service, of which there is an extensive bus service in the area and down Main Street as well, and multiple bus lines. The 4th floor was fourth floor being setback was a part of the comprehensive plan that was adopted, I believe, in 2013, which called for a 4th bonus floor with a public amenity being given, but that 4th floor had to be set back so that as you're walking down the street, you don't really see, you can't see the 4th floor because it's up high, and it being set back, it doesn't give you that tunnel effect. So that was considered in the comp plan, so this is consistent with that. Okay, I don't know if the applicant wants to answer any of the other questions, but
I think it's detailed in a lot of the staff comments that in general, this project, the density and everything falls within the intent of the comprehensive plan. And, you know, really on even just a personal note, I've lived in Port Jefferson since 1964. We all know that there needs to be redevelopment in that area.
Mhm.
And to do a major redevelopment, it also has to make sense financially for an applicant. So things have to be done in a certain way and a certain scale, or they just don't make any sense in terms of putting this kind of investment in. I think that they're being extremely careful to make sure everything they can do in terms of the landscaping and the fencing and obviously the design. They've taken great efforts to try to meet all the concerns of the Architectural Review Board. And again, it's, I think, addressed a lot of it also in the staff comments. So.
Okay. All right. Eric, I thought of a question for you. On the Baxter, there's a building code requirement that you address with some solar panels on the roof. Are you also planning that here?
Yes, that's a
Okay.
requirement.
And they'd be invisible
Yeah,
from the
so
street?
the parapets
and the-
by the same building code is required to be 42 inches high. So the mounting of those solar panels would be ballasted, held down with weight essentially, and they will be under that height. So they will not be visible.
Okay.
Yeah.
I actually have one other question. You mentioned that there's 2 elevators. These renderings, do they show those elevator shafts? Or can you give people an idea of how much higher and where they might
the
be?
over travel is 12 feet, and they are also they show on the scaled elevations of the project, but they're set back essentially in the middle core of the building, so they're very hard to see. I don't think you'll be seeing them from anywhere.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Can I get a motion to adjourn the hearing to July 9th?
Motion to adjourn the hearing until July 9th.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Next public hearing is a continuation on the public hearing for the Baxter project. Cindy, if you could read in the notice off the agenda.
Okay. 1506, 1510, 1512 Main Street, Site Development Plan, The Baxter. Application number PB-0757-25. Location 1506, 1510, and 1512 Main Street. Suffolk County Tax Map Number is Section 21, Block 4, Lots 15, 17, 18. Zoning C1 Commercial District. Applicant Upper Harbor PJ Realty LLC. Property owner Upper Harbor PJ Realty LLC. Contact Eric Nicosia, RA. Description: the application seeks site development plan and conditional use approval for the redevelopment of properties located at 1506, 1510, 1512 Main Street. The proposal includes demolition of several existing vacant commercial structures and construction of a new approximately 36,385 square foot 4-story mixed-use building containing 40 residential rental units, approximately 3,390 square feet of ground floor commercial space, and resident amenities. The action tonight is to continue the public hearing from May 21st, 2026.
Okay, who would like to come up from the applicant to start us off?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Terry Elkowitz. I'm a senior principal at VHB. Mr. Russo, who's representing this application, could not be with us tonight, and he asked me to be here with the understanding that this is our 3rd time before the board, and at the last meeting, this was being held open so that referrals could be made to the Suffolk County Planning Commission and to the town of Brookhaven. My understanding, and I've seen the responses, that the Suffolk County Planning Commission has issued a notice of determination of local significance, and the town of Brookhaven has chosen not to comment. My understanding was that that would kind of conclude the public presentation. As the board is aware, We did receive on Monday evening, my client received some comments from the planning department, which were responded to late yesterday. And I know there's been some email traffic regarding that today. And I don't know if the chair and the board wants to discuss that now, if it'll be something at work session, but there's nothing further for me to present. We have, submitted our responses.
Right, we'll discuss those items during work session immediately after.
However, I would like to ask, if we close the public hearing, what kind of clock are we putting? What that starts a clock, if I remember correctly, and it seems as if the issues that were brought up are kind of significant. Our next meeting is 3 weeks. It's not 4 weeks away. It's 3 weeks. I personally would be, not having seen what was discussed in the back room, not having seen what was discussed in the hallway, just having seen the emails back and forth, I'm very uncomfortable closing the hearing and putting us on a clock without solving these issues, because the issues that were brought up aren't solved. I don't see how there's parking for this site. So I'm uncomfortable closing the hearing.
Well, as far as the parking, my understanding is, and I can call Mr. Lenahan up, that there was a submission made to the board and a presentation made to the board regarding the shared parking, how the shared parking worked, and there was an explanation as to why that parking was sufficient. So my understanding is that the questions that were raised in the planning department's comments were not about the sufficiency of the parking. And I can bring Mr. Lenahan up for him to explain what he explained to the board previously and describe what he submitted. My understanding of the questions that were raised by the planning department were more of a code and technical nature, not of a parking demand supply sufficiency nature.
That's correct. The parking study did demonstrate that there were available parking spaces. However, we have some issues to discuss regarding the way the code reads and the way the comprehensive plan interpreted that.
I
So
understand,
we'll
Mr.
do
Chairman.
that in work session.
But I would
not-
respectfully submit that based upon the representations that the planning board made the last time, everything has been satisfied with respect to the public hearing portion, and we would ask that the public hearing be closed. Thank you.
Yeah, our only concern, I think, is that we have 62 days. If we close it, in our second meeting, we're going to talk about this in a minute, but our next meeting is probably going to be August 20th, and I don't have a calendar in front of me, so I don't know if that's beyond. We normally want to have 2 meetings after closing.
Can I confer with my client for 1 minute?
Sure.
On the
Yeah.
Jim Berg, special counsel, just on the 62 days,
Mhm.
if the applicant does have the ability to waive that 62 days, if it turns out there is issues that the board and the applicant are still in discussion, or planning staff or myself is in discussion with the applicants, we can agree to extend that 62 days. We can talk about that as well. That could be another consideration, whether you want to close the meeting tonight.
Okay, but the applicant would have to agree with that, right? If the board said,
Now, right? Agree now, not
No,
in
it doesn't have to
62
be tonight.
days.
It doesn't have to be tonight.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
you
if-
would box yourself in if I understand what you're saying.
yes, anybody?
Only,
I mean, I could talk. to
August
the-
19th would be 62 days.
Yeah, so it's not, so our August meeting wouldn't be in time.
Mr. Chairman, we're willing to extend it now on the record to the August meeting, if that's what's necessary.
To the
I-
July meeting, because we have a meeting in 3 weeks in July.
No, well,
So
you're talking about
keep
not
the
closing?
open, yeah, to keep the hearing open, is that what you're saying? You're
I
okay
think-
with,
Terry, you were saying close it,
Right.
close it
Oh.
and extend
Extend
it
Keep it
beyond
to the
62
August-
days.
To the August meeting.
but then we'd have to make a decision at the August meeting.
Yeah.
So are you okay if that decision is no then? Like, I guess what I'm saying is you're setting yourself up for a clock also. Don't you think it behooves you to
But
make
I
sure
guess
that this is,
Well, I think what the concern is on behalf of my client, honestly, is that this is the third time that we're here. And respectfully,
Mhm.
we had been advised that all of the comments were provided and addressed, and that all that was remaining
Right.
was the referral.
So, and I hear you.
Right.
However, you have to understand, I don't think we have ever been this low staffed ever in the history of this since I've been on this board, this is the least amount of staff that we have ever had. We are the busiest that we have ever been. There will be things that are missed that need to be rectified. So again, I'm just voicing, I'm uncomfortable putting us on a clock that then we then have to decide by August.
I respect that completely. I spent
So-
20 years on the Belle-Terre Planning Board, so
Right.
I completely understand what it's like to sit on that side of the table. But respectfully, my client is a little bit concerned about having just endless time as well.
Right.
But my client is willing to extend to August, and as Mr. Burke said, if there were significant issues that had to be worked out, I'm certain that my client would give you a reasonable extension as opposed to, as you're suggesting, a denial.
Right. I'm just so
Respectfully.
we're
I un-
all, and I hear you.
I
This is-
understand. And I
Okay.
think that
I,
you know...
I don't think everyone needs.
Right, I think that you know my client
Yes.
is a member of this community who owns
Right.
a lot of property.
Right.
And is a very responsible property owner and person. And we have always worked collaboratively with the village, and we intend to continue to do so.
Okay. You don't, if you guys are fine, I can be
No,
the
I'm-
outlying one. It's fine.
Okay.
I'm,
I-
I'm comfortable with the answers that were given. I think everything that we brought up was answered in VHB's reply. I don't have any problem with closing the hearing.
Okay. I don't either, because I think we've identified all the issues, and we're gonna have a discussion in the work session about the parking requirements for code versus comp plan recommendation, which Mr. Burke will actually give us all the background information I think that we're gonna need for that. So I'm okay with that too. Gil?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with closing the hearing. I also don't have a problem as long as we don't do it arbitrarily if we turn them down. If there's a point that can't be addressed or we can't come to terms with, then it's up to us to defend that and define what the issue is. We know the GDOs, we know that they'll work with us, they'll hold it out. I'm fine. I'm fine saying no. If we can't work it out, I'm fine. It just can't be arbitrary. Can't be, I don't like the color. It's got to be something substantial. So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
But just, we can't cherry pick what we choose to
No,
follow and what we choose not to follow. That's my whole
Right,
point. So,
right. And as long as we substantiate that with a reasonable concern, I think, it's within our rights to turn it and say no. But to drag on the public hearing, I'm fine with closing it out.
okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hey.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. All right, we're going to actually move down there and talk about a little bit of general business, and then we'll have the work sessions on the two public hearings we just heard. We're going to continue working on both projects. So just give us 2 minutes to move down. the May 21st, 2026 draft minutes.
I had no comments.
I have no comments.
Cindy, I think I just had one, I know I gave you comments, but I think there's just one word I wanted you to change on page 5, where it says EN, discuss changes, second paragraph. I think the public plaza amenity should have been on the southeast corner of the project, not the southwest. But I think I told you southwest, which you put incorrectly, but it's really southeast, reading it again. No problem. Okay, can I get a motion to accept the meeting minutes of May 21st as amended tonight?
I will so motion.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay.
So I motioned.
And Barbara, second. Okay, as we had said before, the next planning board meeting is July 9th, 2026, which is only 3 weeks, so it's a short time frame between this meeting and the next one. This one got pushed back in May, so that, I'm sorry, in June, so it made it closer to the July meeting as normal. But the following meeting, we're looking to have on August 20th, as we also noted previously. So that will happen then, and we'll have to check with Lee and see if he's available. Okay, so we have some staff updates, Dan? Okay.
So yeah, there's just a couple things going on I want to keep you guys aware of.
Couple.
We also have a project that we kind of want to show you guys tonight.
Oh.
The first thing I wanted to mention is that we have a couple grant applications going before currently through our department that we're kind of helping navigate with the village. One of them is an urban forestry grant with the tree committee, which is actually provides funding from New York State to inventory trees within the village. The
Yeah.
idea is it's still kind of in the works right now, but the idea is to try to get something so that we can understand what the canopy currently looks like, right? We are Tree City USA, so then being able to help following that, have some better regulations behind it, have some better maintenance programs, so that village property maintenance of our existing vegetation.
Did you just say we're Tree City?
Yeah, there's a designation. So it's I don't know the specific requirements, but basically we have codes in place and we have enough, involvement, public education, and outreach regarding trees in the village, so that we have a designation. There's actually a plaque downstairs too.
Nice.
Yeah, and we have a flag out front. So it's cool. That's something that we're kind of working on. Our department's helping out with. The other one that I want to bring to your attention is something that you might be directly involved with. We currently are applying for the 2025-2026 Smart Communities Grant, which is a grant from the Department of State. It provides funding to help either develop a new comprehensive plan with smart growth principles or to amend the existing zoning codes, create area studies. There's a lot involved.
So is that part of, so one of my continuing education was talking about almost free form. Can you more describe what smart code means?
Smart growth principles.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a long range of goals, and I don't know, maybe I'm not the best.
Is it more, because the continuing education I did it was a weird way of zoning, and I really couldn't wrap my head around it.
Trying to think what you're thinking.
It's more like
form-based.
Yes,
zoning
form-based.
codes? Yeah.
Which was, to my engineering brain, just seemed a little loosey-goosey. Is that what this is?
It's a little. Well, it's kind of. The state has a whole bunch of adopted principles, right?
Okay.
And things like walkability, the transient development, diversity of housing, and kind of those kind of principles that the village already kind of has a lot of those instilled.
Okay.
It's more of that. There is more of an in-DLTO guideline, which I'm still kind of going through myself, to learn more about like how the state defines it, what they're kind of looking for. But the idea is obviously, we have a 2030 comprehensive plan. It's now 2026. So
Yeah.
getting the process of starting that going is, will we want to, like, regardless of the grant, I know that's something that I know we've discussed it here, the board's discussed it, and I think it's something the village wants to start working towards. This is just something that's available out there that might be able to help us with it. So I may ask you in the future for a letter of support you regarding this grant.
That'd be great.
As I'll continue to educate myself, and hopefully I can provide more details to you in the future. It's due July 31st, though, so there's be a lot of outreach now to multiple boards, everyone involved, just try to get some input on it. But if you have any ideas for comprehensive plan or anything we should consider, please, let us know. So we'll be working on that too. So
Yeah.
and then unless there's any other questions, I'll go to the one thing I wanted to show you guys tonight is the village is currently doing a project at the Caleb Brewster House Museum. Well, sorry, it's going to be called the Caleb Brewster Boathouse Museum at the, is it the, let me see up the name. So basically, at the, I can't speak.
Village Center?
No, the, yes, right
Wait,
here,
what?
yeah. It is Drum Meadow. I was blanking on it, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so what they want to do is they want to create the whaleboat house. It's a new project going through the village right now. You'll see behind you, there's a couple of plans to describe it. They would kind of, the board of trustees wanted to refer it to the planning board for potential consideration, if you guys have any comment or input.
Like, can we do a full site plan evaluation, or because they've exempted themselves from it?
You know, the
Or are
people
we,
who were
can
building.
we just add comments?
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, from my understanding, the village is allowed to,
exempt themselves from site plan?
yes, which is what they're,
The people who built that boat from scratch over at, what's the name of that? Bayless, the Bayless, right.
Which is what I was thinking this was.
Right,
That's-
right.
That's by the
Now,
village center.
Apparently, they have a list of boats that they have to build. So they want to take that Caleb Brewster boat, and one of the things they want to do is rent it out to other communities. And the trustees at one point, I think the last meeting they had, or the one before that, were talking about the insurance of lending out that boat. So I was talking to some of the people who actually did the building, and they said they need to move it out, and they want to move it behind this house over here, which I didn't think that they had enough property, but I went over to look. It's more like a garage to house this boat than it is a little museum, right?
exactly. So the way it's going to work is it's not a lot involved. I know it's a timber construction building. They want to have it so it's a public education, right? They kind of, the idea is between the, I guess in the Drum Meadow College, they show a video, right, describing the history behind it, how it was built, and then you would walk out back and actually go see it. So one side of the building is meant for the tour guides to walk you through, give you, kind of show you around. The other side's for the guests to kind of go in, see, observe the boat, the Caleb Brewster, I guess, boat. I forgot I wasn't sure if that was the formal name. But it's kind of, again, for public education and new.
Parker, I hate to put you on the spot. Can you, by any chance, do a Google view of what we have right now there? Aerial view. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
It'll take them about 10 seconds.
I know. Me, it would
Parker-
take a long
Parker's,
time.
good.
Parker's
Right,
like,
because I didn't think they had enough room behind that house, but I think they do.
Yeah.
Can't you be a little quicker next time?
okay, so there's already, the parking lot is already there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they do want to, so they are making new ramps and walkways. The goal is to have them all be ADA compliant. I think there should be elevations in the file as well, to show you some of the additional, so you can actually kind of see what it's going to look like. I believe that is the internal aspect of it.
So they're building a garage. Or shed.
Well,
Yes.
well,
Shed,
they're
sorry.
called- wait, it's boathouse. They're called
Boathouse,
it's- yes,
excuse me.
Yes, it's, I have to
get-
clarify it.
I don't have a boat, so, okay.
Again, I apologize. I was advised this afternoon. So I'm sorry. I'm a little just trying to play catch up. So yeah.
When do we have to have comments by?
So the problem is there is a grant the village is applying for. We have a deadline of August. I think it's August 6th is what they told us to have a building permit
Oh,
in place.
You know,
so
the only,
now,
right, the only
Either tonight or as soon as.
Okay.
There's also the July, you do have a meeting in July. I can't.
The only negative thing that I think will happen is they're going to build that, if I'm not mistaken, on that little parking lot. So they're kind of losing their parking.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I didn't,
No,
we scroll the
I
site-
think
No,
we
they're
could-
No?
they're on the
Yeah,
grass,
they
yeah.
They are
Yeah,
on
they're
the
on the
grass?
grass. Yeah, they're not
I
losing
see,
parking.
that's
from
the,
the plan.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right now, even if you look at the aerial, you'll see
Uh-huh.
the parking's there, and there's a grassed rear yard.
So that parking doesn't belong to Dr. Kasari's old building?
No, you see the white spot?
Yes.
That's the parking for the,
So where would the boat go?
between right there, yep, where Parker has it.
Okay.
so size-wise, is the boathouse, it looked really big compared to what's there now.
It's similar. If you pull the site plan back up, Parker, you
Okay.
can kind of see the two sizes of them adjacent to each other.
There's actually dimensions.
Yeah, I mean, other than lighting, are they gonna have to do any grading?
There
Are they
is-
gonna
there
deal
is
with
some grading
drainage?
involved. I've asked for,
You
asked for
know,
all this, so.
okay.
I just unfortunately only got this plan this afternoon.
Screening from the TriTech building. You know, those are the things that I would be
Yeah.
wanting to see.
We can bring this back, because any comments you guys have, I mean, I could request if I could for July, I just have to ask the trustees and
Yeah,
how they want to proceed.
I would be curious if they're adding drainage because they're gonna have another impervious area with the roof, which is, it's a significant, I mean, it's about the same size as what's there. And it looks like it's a crushed gravel, which is great. Just how are they gonna maintain that from exiting with the boat onto the road? Right? Right.
These are
I
all
love
good point-
I
these are all
love
good
crushed gravel
points.
because it's
Yeah.
impervious, but they're gonna have to figure out if they're gonna have an apron,
Yeah.
and
No,
then they
these are
need
all
to
good points.
screen it,
Mhm.
right? And then the lighting, are they gonna be there at night? You know, because there are people living in TriTech, so,
Right. But the
Yeah,
thing is,
I-
with TriTech, there's a wall there with some.
right.
So I think that kind of takes down any intrusion.
But
you know, 'cause on-
noise, smells, are they gonna be
right.
working on the boats there? Is there
No.
gonna be, okay.
My understanding is purely just for, I know that, I believe it is removable though, like the boat's not permanently gonna be there.
Okay,
So it's an actual boathouse, so they can move it in and out. But yeah, there's other questions. I know that.
and then the traffic, right, getting a boat in and out of there, how are they gonna manage that, right? I mean, when the ferry lets out, everyone's gonna be going down Barnum.
Yeah.
No, they have such a great group of volunteers. I'm
Yeah.
sure two guys will be out on the road doing this.
But,
with
you know,
flags.
I mean,
Yeah, no,
good to
again,
know.
I was originally hoping to have someone here tonight. It just, this was all very last minute, and so for me at least, so I apologize on the behalf of,
No, of course, thank you for bringing it. I mean, I appreciate them bringing it. I'm happy that they are letting us weigh in.
Can you circulate the plans and?
I think we
send it-
did, right?
Did you?
no,
Did
I
you?
don't think-
Yes, we did. It was today. Because we got the plans this
Okay.
Oh.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we just got it.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, that sounds good.
And if you want us to do a review, give you some comments on our planning, then we can do that as well and distribute that to the board.
Okay,
I mean,
yeah,
yeah.
that would-
if you can
I
do
think
that,
that's
get
great.
time.
I
If
just-
you need help, I'll come, because I know you're swamped. So, you know, I
Thank you
could
for
come
that.
in.
Yeah. Us? No. Yeah. But that's it for staff updates. I just don't know if you guys want to go through it or you guys want to wait till
I
maybe
think we should probably take a look at it if we can get a
Yeah.
chance to.
time and
Yeah,
give some comments.
You
Yeah.
heard my highlights. Those are my,
yeah, she already
100%.
gave
Would
you
be
most
what I
of
was
the
looking-
comments.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's
Okay.
it for
All right,
updates.
we have a couple of things. Laura, you wanna?
well, so I wrote a letter to the Board of Trustees that I haven't submitted to them yet. I did circulate it to the other planning board members, because I was really hoping that the letter could come from all of us. I thought it would be a lot more impactful. But I wanted to wait to discuss it at a meeting because I didn't want to violate the open meetings
Okay.
law,
Mhm.
right? Because
Yep.
I feel like if it's an official letter from all of us, I don't know if you guys had a chance to read it. I don't know what you think about it.
Read it, and basically it's what you had said to the trustees.
With a little more detail.
Yeah, but,
Yeah.
I think it's a very good letter, and Mayor Shepro had said that, we don't, the village doesn't necessarily have to wait a whole year to find funding for,
Yeah.
the person, yeah.
So just so you know, it was advocating for more staff, essentially, and really advocating for a department head for building, planning. And in the past, the fire marshal was under I think Allison was in charge of all three.
Yes.
And in the letter, I just talked about how, that only you is not enough. You're amazing, but we don't have there's not enough. I think a lot of the applications before us is you need more than just one person looking at them. So I'm trying to figure out a way to convince the Board of Trustees to put something back into the budget for a department head or another planner. And in the end, basically my conclusion was, please go and ask the staff, go and get comments from you guys, from the building and planning, from the fire marshal, what would be best, what would work. So
I
I
mean,
hope, and if you guys have edits,
Mhm.
Again, writing is not my forte, so.
It's actually well written. I think, we'll have a little time to look. I read through it quickly. It looks very, very,
Right.
has a lot of background information in it, which is helpful. But I think we'll take a little further look on it.
Okay, and Jim,
And,
so since I brought up I'm writing this letter to the Board of Trustees to try and get more staff. Can we edit this letter now that the public knows the intent? Are we allowed to edit the letter
Yeah, it's not,
without?
it's not a typical planning board function.
Okay.
What you're saying, so it's
Right.
up to you.
Okay.
It's more of a miscellaneous matter, so
Okay,
otherwise, yeah, no.
so
I
then,
think they appreciate the board's input because you guys volunteer your time and you put awful lot of time into this and you're trying to keep things together, so I think it's appreciated that you're advocating for this.
okay, so then we can finalize it and then send it. Thank you. And then during the meeting that we were at, evidently it came to my attention that I think it's going to be helpful they're going to designate a person, I think, in code or all of code to the
Oh, the tree code.
the tree clearing and
Yeah.
grading to go and
Basically enforce it.
enforce it.
Yes.
But
it still comes to.
okay, but I don't know if we as a board would like to give guidelines
Well,
to
see,
how, because it was very concerning to me that it was like, are they
I-
driving around looking for violations?
Well, that
Are
was-
they, and then it kind of was indicated that perhaps it depends on how the homeowner then responds. What was going to happen. Did I miss?
My concern,
Yeah.
as I addressed the board, was what kind of expertise do these people have? And I don't think it was just trees. I think if somebody has some building on their house, they'll go over there and say, hey, buddy, where's your permit? That kind of thing. So I was just,
So, yeah, I wanted to get more clarity on it, and then if we needed to give some sort of guidelines.
Yeah, so what the code amendment was at the very bottom of chapter 241. It currently read that this chapter shall be enforced. I forgot how it exactly read, but it's basically enforced by the building inspector. So what the way they rephrased it was, which shall be the building inspector, or it mentions code enforcement, or it's like the way they wrote it was under a certain section of code of personnel, but that includes code enforcement. The way it's gonna, the idea of it is, right, is so that chapter 241 includes grading and clearing. So and also evidently retaining wall construction, right? Because that's part of grading. So we've already been kind of doing this. Like Kevin Cooper is a supervisor in code enforcement. Every time he gets a call about someone clearing trees, he notices someone's building a retaining wall, he calls Josephine and myself immediately and notifies us.
Okay.
So technically he wasn't allowed to enforce it or write it. Now the provision is basically to allow code enforcement to also do that alongside with building. I can't do it because I'm the planner.
So what does that mean? So let's say the guy's driving, and it's just the one. It's only.
No, they hadn't decided that. They hadn't decided that with the discussion with the village attorney.
Okay.
They said that it wasn't in the public hearing because those positions aren't filled yet.
Yes.
And it was sort of like, let's have the positions and then write this code that these people can go around. They want to do it opposite. They want to have the code that there are people who are allowed to
Okay.
There's more
enforce
amendments
it,
coming.
and then we will tell
Right.
you at a later date who
Just-
these people are.
So it makes sense that they would look and see something going on and then call you guys.
Yes.
And then you guys go and look. But then I
Why?
guess I'm missing the.
Well,
so
it
if
lets
they
them
call
write
you
it.
and you say, oh, yeah, we didn't get an application, then code goes back and says, knock, 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 hey, you're violating the code. You need to. It's almost just to start the process going.
Exactly. They're not the
Okay.
ones regulating it because
Right.
they always usually ask us, thankfully, that code enforcement will reach out to us. It is giving them the authority to go write it. So right now the process, we go, yeah, hey, someone's clearing trees. Okay. Usually Josephine is our building inspector, is the one who can enforce it. I usually
Okay.
go along with because I know the planning side of it. So we work together on it. That's how it's been going so far. This now allows, though, code enforcement could be there. They could notice the violation, say that we're not in the office one day, or they just call us to clarify, hey, there's 2 trees we can cut down. Do they have a permit? I can look, be like, no, they don't. Code enforcement can then write a ticket or write an NOV. Usually,
Okay.
stop work order. So this allows code, gives them that authority because right now
Okay.
we don't have that. There's obviously a lot more code enforcement than there is building, so it was kind of
Right,
a way to
right.
help us a bit with that side of it. But in terms of regulations, in terms of how they comply, that's all still planning. So we're still
Okay.
planning
But
on
that statement right there alarms me because you can cut down 2 trees.
Yeah.
You're
Well,
allowed to cut down 2
of course.
trees.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
But I want somebody who's well-schooled in it, somebody knowledgeable, not like, I don't know, there are too
Yeah.
many variables.
I'm just concerned because what
You guys can make guidelines. I mean,
I appreciate having more eyes on it. And I appreciate when people follow the rules and make an application. But we have an application before us that has started in December.
I know.
So if we're really going to do this as a village, I think that and you're only one person. So I'm not trying to add to your list, but we really need to make this a very streamlined process because it's almost like people are it's almost, why would you follow the rule and make an application if it takes that long to go through this system?
Can I add to that
Yeah,
quick?
yeah,
I may or may not be working on an administrative tree clearing process to
okay,
remove the authority from the planning board. And if you-
yes,
if you
because
so
it needs
trust
to
me
be,
enough,
yeah,
it would give it the authority to planning.
because
So
it
we
can't
can-
take,
Exactly.
I'm just loath to have this, people are paying taxes through the roof, frustrated, and now we're going to have code going around and, hey, I noticed you have a tree. I noticed you have landscapers out.
Well,
What happens if you're just trimming? What happens if, although I appreciate it, and I think that we need the manpower, and it's great, and I want everyone to follow the rules, it's just,
I think that the village has to take that next step, which should have come first, which is identify the title of the person who would have the authority to do this and the knowledge. That's what really, hits me is do they have the knowledge?
but I'm getting the impression that they don't really need, all they need to know is there a permit? Do they need a permit? And then it's in your lap.
Exactly.
They don't do anything after that.
And they're also not driving unless it's a blatantly obvious call. They're not driving around trying to flag people on tree clearing. It's usually it's mostly call based. It's
Yeah,
It's usually based on
Yeah.
complaint, which is how they've been coming in.
Which I kind of got that that's how it was in the past, and they were trying to make it not that.
Is it both?
I kind of feel that maybe that's how it's been for forever.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I thought that they were actually saying, so instead of relying on neighbors to turn in neighbors,
We can go around.
that
and-
they were going to,
As they drive around, they see something that's really obvious.
Yeah, I think that was the intent,
Mm.
not to, check every property.
which is
or-
fine if it only took a month or two to get through or
The-
even a month.
The application you're talking about, wasn't it that we had asked for further information?
I know,
And it was
but-
taking. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, today? Yeah. This one's. But we were waiting.
So
for
it just
materials.
needs to go faster. Right? Like, it can't, I think it should be administrative. Like, I think it should.
My thought of the parameters was that, because right now it's only 2 trees a year. We have clearing limits in the village. I figured as long as they're clearing it, it's within the clearing limits, because the code currently does say that, and it's not involving steep slopes. Like, I don't think people should be clearing trees on steep slopes without your guys' consideration. It's a flat property, they're within their clearing limits. I know, when I worked out east for several years, that's how they allowed it to go through. You had to get a permit, but it was a lot more administrative, like natural resources handled it out there. It wasn't a planning board issue. That was our thoughts, is if they can, as long as it's,
I'm almost of the thought that, I mean, how much of Port Jeff is steep slope? Like, I think we could trust in, I don't know that that would even have to come.
you think just purely, as long as they're within the clearing limits.
Just to, I mean, people buy a piece of property, they don't realize that there's all these levels of things that they have to do. Nobody, like,
Yeah.
until you buy a house, you have no idea that you can't do whatever you want to the property that you have, right? Because you think, well, it's my property.
Right.
What's the big deal? Right?
Yeah.
So I'd like to make it as least painful for the residents as possible. Because it just seems like it would be just such a negative thing if we have people driving around enforcing this code, and then it turns into oh, we need more information. Oh, and here we are 6 months later. My 2 cents.
I don't disagree with you. I think other municipalities do have staff that they don't necessarily go down a block to look for something, but as they're driving by, I know one of the other municipalities that I worked for, they would have staff, technical staff, guys who were trained in, especially, to me, I look at retaining walls as a much bigger issue than a
Yeah.
tree clearing, but that's just me. You want somebody who knows what they're looking at, and it isn't, just Gil Anderson ripping down a hill.
Right.
You need somebody with some level of expertise, and I think it should be an administrative thing. The only thing I would say is every instance that I can recall where something as what should be simple as, say, a tree clearing permit, it's usually the homeowner who is delayed in getting the information back to the village.
Okay.
So, I mean,
Which is what happened here.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it really,
It was very much that.
yeah, I mean, all the ones we
Yeah.
went through where we just asked, we hand the guy
Yeah.
a survey and say, hey, just give us dots where your trees are,
Okay.
and then we don't get it back for 2 or 3 months.
Okay.
But I agree with you.
I hear
there's-
you there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's all.
Anyway,
That's
my 2 cents on
that's my
that.
2
I don't
cents.
know if we need, but I guess we'll see.
We appreciate everybody's point of view, and especially because you have the technical knowledge about many things, and so I want to hear what you say.
Okay,
But,
thank you.
in this particular case, it's like, hey, it's, you're allowed to take down 2 trees, and one of the things I was reading about, well, I'm not going to go into that detail, but a lot of times people don't look at the whole picture. Like, this tree is coming down because now my roof has moss on it. Houses need to breathe.
Yeah.
And I don't want somebody to say, hey, that's a good-looking tree, don't touch it.
Yeah.
Because they're not paying for the new roof, that
Right.
kind of.
That and, ticks are such an issue that I could see people wanting to take trees and shrubs out just so that there's no tick issue. Anyway, it's
Yeah.
my 2 cents. Thank you guys for listening. That was
I just have a couple of quick items before we get into the work sessions. One is that the mayor suggested to me that we, maybe to make things go a little easier on staff, is that we have a planning board member assigned to each new project that comes in. We did this in the past, and it actually worked out very well. I mean, if you have a new application, you know, maybe you get 5 or 6 new applications in, each member gets one gets the application, gets the entire package, goes out in the field, looks at the project, comes up with suggestions, and then, you know, you'll have your own stuff, but it'll make things go a little quicker, I think. So
Yeah.
that's what we're gonna start
that
doing.
would be great.
That'd be-
Second set of eyes.
Thank you.
Right,
Yeah, that'd
yeah.
be huge if
Yeah.
you guys could.
Yeah, I mean, we
I have 6 in there
actually,
if you want.
And I think, Ray, not to add to your, I think maybe you are going to are you going to assign the board
I
members?
think we'll just do them by, you know, kind of like we have a list of new projects at a meeting. Who would
Okay.
like to take this?
Okay,
Who would like to take this one? you know?
okay.
Should you,
Yeah.
do you guys want us to start that next month?
Start it
As soon as
as they
possible.
come in, as soon as
Okay,
you
'cause
have
we
new
we
applications.
what, we have a couple I'm sorry.
You have
I'm ready to
7 in your
like.
pocket.
Oh, no.
No, I mean, seriously,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Or, you know, maybe you can email him,
Yeah.
as long as we can
Yeah.
do that over email and say, I'll take this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we did. Yeah, it helped. And it gave the board members the perspective of another board member looking at it as opposed to staff. Not that it's any different, but, you know, it's helpful. You get another set of eyes, basically. The other thing I wanted to mention is that the Board of Trustees approved a 7-member planning board at their last meeting. So we'll be expanding to 7 members. So we have openings. So if anybody in the village feels that they'd like to serve, please go on the village website right now. First of all, you can check the planning board webpage, and it gives you an idea of what we do and the typical backgrounds of the people who serve on the board. It's just a general thing, but there's a web page on the village website where you can volunteer, and you can check off what you'd like to volunteer for. If you check off planning board and submit, you know, someone will most likely, if they review these, which they will, they'll get in contact with you. But it's a 7-member board, which will be going to a 7-year term, which is what happens, and each board member's term expires in each consecutive year. One board member's term expires every year. So some of us have shorter terms to transition, but it'll be a 7-year sentence with an extensive amount of pay, which is nothing because it's all volunteer. Yeah, benefits of working together. It's actually a good thing. So that being said, we'd like to hear from people who would like to join us, and we will be hopefully working on a new comprehensive plan soon. The current one expires in 2030, so that's a process that takes a couple of years at least. So we're getting near the horizon on that one, or the sunset on that one, I guess. Okay, that's all I have. So why don't we resume with the work sessions? First, the overlook. Yeah, come on up, whoever. Really, I think we just wanted to have a discussion about the post-public hearing discussion, it says here. I don't know that anybody has any other comments that were given, other than the ones that were just given at the hearing.
Oh, how close is that parking lot to Mather?
It's very close.
I know. So I love that it's a public amenity. and I love that it's going to be open to public parking, but it occurred to me that people from Mather going to the, well, I guess not the emergency room anymore, but people who don't want to park far away might start using that. So I'm just curious. Love that it's municipal parking. Really appreciate it. But I'm just curious if any thought was put into how that might be. Unfortunately, it just occurred to me. I don't know if it'll be an issue. I hope not, because people probably don't want to cross the street.
Yeah.
But it just occurred
And
to
there
me.
are other parking lots that are closer, like across the street at 70 North Country Road,
Yeah.
you know, and.
But that's so obviously private.
I'd like to say
Yeah.
something about it.
Awesome.
Okay, as you know, we had the same situation where we have a parking lot at Barnum. So what we did at Barnum is we only allow 4-hour parking.
Okay.
We don't allow trucks, we don't allow motorcycles.
And then do residents have like a
No,
sticker or
an-
something?
No, anybody can park there.
Okay.
You don't have to
But
be a
don't you
resident.
need that?
You don't have to be a resident.
Okay.
The residents will have stickers so they could park
Oh, they-
more than 4 hours.
They can stay.
Right,
Correct.
because you need that
We need to
parking.
go-
We need that
we
for our
to differentiate.
people
Right,
to
right,
park.
right, right.
But we limit it to 4 hours at a time, open to the public.
Okay,
That way
smart.
employees don't park there for 8 to 12 hours.
Okay.
It's the parking lot's very similar to Barnum.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah. Awesome.
curious-
Thank you.
There's a good amount of parking for the hospital, so I think
Yeah.
most people would go into that whole big
Right.
back parking area, just see,
Right.
you would think.
Now I think that the emergency room
Well,
is in the
that's what I was
back.
gonna
That's
say.
always,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
going to be
The fact that
better.
the emergency room is no longer in the front.
Yeah.
I
Right.
could see when it was in the front, people
People
parking
would
there.
park.
Right.
Yeah.
But with the emergency room being in the back, and there's all that parking they added in the back, I see
Right.
all the people parking back there.
But you know what
Okay.
I was thinking, Mr. Gito, is that I noticed that the Perry Street residential lot that used to be empty, like, it was only 20% in use, and now it's more like 60, 70%, and I said, what changed? And I'm thinking, if that Perry Street residential lot filled up, would they gravitate to the church parking lot?
I don't think so. You know, I own the one piece on Perry Street,
Mm-hmm.
and we don't have a problem with parking at all there.
Okay.
So it's never a problem for us. I think, you know, Conifer building more, it's gonna create more parking.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we're gonna have a problem with Perry Street at all, or Walnut.
Okay. Is there parking on Walnut Street? There is parking on Walnut Street, it's just not striped. Okay.
Yep.
And you do have that municipal lot across from the beer distributor, south of the tracks,
Yes.
which really isn't all that far to go either, so,
That's true.
Yeah, because of the emergency room being, you know, a new building being built in the back,
Yeah.
I think that changes
I think
everything.
it does. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Definitely. Did we send this out to to our engineer for the drainage? We already got all that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's going out, it hasn't gone out to Suffolk County yet,
Yeah, that's the one we're waiting on, is Suffolk
all right, and it
County.
hasn't gone out to Brookhaven yet.
It has.
You
Yeah, it
want-
went
I
out,
sent
it went out
so-
to both, it's just we haven't received anything from
Okay.
Brookhaven yet.
Well,
Alright.
not the county yet.
Oh, I thought, okay,
No, I was waiting for the,
never mind.
yeah,
So
Brookhaven, yes.
The
so.
one thing I wanted to bring up was with Conifer, even though it was a conditional use, we requested that they put in grease traps for future hypothetical. Like, you know, if you're starting over, you have a blank slate. So even though you don't have that in your site plan, is that something you'd be willing to do? Put in some
There's a problem with
grease
that.
traps?
We don't have the room,
Okay.
okay? And so, Charlie Lefkowitz, is he here? Charlie here? Charlie, you wanna come up here and talk a little bit about this? Charlie and I have been working with the different agencies on a different program, because we're saying in Suffolk County, Charlie and I had a Zoom with the health department many months ago, and we tried to explain to them that in Nassau County, because what they've done is instead of these grease traps in parking lots, they've allowed these boxes under their 3-compartment sinks that are grease traps.
Okay.
And so we were told by the health department that the only place in Suffolk County that exists right now is at the Smith Haven Mall because of their food court, and they have their own sewer treatment plant, and the Lobster House in Port Jefferson, because he had no land to put a grease trap. That being said, proceed what's been going on, Charlie.
So I can elaborate. I'm Charlie Lefkowitz.
Should turn green.
There it goes. Thank you. We've been working on a pilot program with the department, the DPW, the Suffolk County Health Department, on a grease trap that would be under sink. And these under sink grease traps are now used throughout Nassau County. There is a pilot program that the county has proposed, and it's really for that purpose. If you don't have the landmass outside or inside your lot line, we certainly can't put it on the state road or anywhere on North Country Road. So the commissioner now in DPW is very aware of it. The liaison to DPW is Legislator Caracappa. He's really carrying the burden and pushing this program. So we may be one of the first.
We also hired an engineer to do our
Yes.
homework for us.
Right.
MTech has been
MTech.
hired to help us.
Yes, and MTech got back a white piece of paper of the county proposal, so it's moving its way. But, as we know, all government
It's
entities
problematic to
take
Port
some time.
Jefferson because we don't have land for these grease
Right.
traps.
So, but the under sink grease trap then connects to the sewer.
Yes.
So there's no extra drainage. So it's
No.
actually a really good
Right.
thing. If
when you
that
talk
could.
about food waste, it's fat, oil, and grease.
Right,
fog.
right. So which
So-
you don't want in the
Well, we don't want
sewer
into
line.
the plant here, because the Port Jeff plant and a lot of the, plants, a lot of time is spent by the employees fixing that. So,
Okay.
we're, going back and forth with the county on how the enforcement.
Right.
Is it self-inspection? Is it, they don't have the staff to send people out. So
Right.
it's a lot like what the Water Authority does with the RPZs. An RPZ has to have a certification every single year by a licensed plumber.
Right.
We're proposing to have a licensed plumber at least once or twice a year come in, certify that the grease trap is working properly. And, there's a lot of these downtown Montauk Highway developments in Suffolk County that really need, for them.
Right.
How far out is this?
We don't know.
Like everything else,
It's-
we would like to get this done by the calendar year 2026 if possible.
Right.
Oh,
Under the
So-
pilot
so it's
program.
closer.
Department-
It's not like 5 years
No, no,
away.
no.
No.
And the health department said to us that they were in favor of it, providing we could convince the sewer district to go
Right.
along
The
with it.
DPW,
Right.
And what
that's,
we
Okay.
said to the sewer district is, hire people that you charge a fee to the person that has this trap. and
Right,
you
right.
periodically go and inspect it, and they have to pay for a fee for
Like
the inspection.
like the
RPZ.
Right.
back
So you would
That's
have-
what we've proposed.
backwash
you would
thing
have to
or
register,
whatever.
you would have to
Right.
register the under sink. And then,
Okay.
we're talking about now enforcement, who's gonna certify
Right,
it.
right.
So we're moving.
So
it.
then hypothetically, if that happens, you then create
That
spaces.
creates-
That's a really great thing. I mean,
Well,
you
it's a
still
great
have to
thing
come
'cause it
back to get,
creates
yeah,
Areas for us to put in wet stores.
right.
Which is
right.
restaurants.
Yes, which
you know,
would be
We're limited
such a,
right now.
right,
Without
right.
that system, and we,
Yeah.
speaking on behalf of my former employer, they,
Yeah,
the problem becomes is the fog gets stuck in the pipes.
Right.
Not so much it's not good for treatment plants, but it clogs up pipes. So now you're sending your crews out there in the middle of the night, costs
Yeah.
the county money, blah, blah, blah. I think if they can get a system that can be easily maintained, easily monitored, it's a game changer.
Right.
And they don't have
Yeah.
to deal with it. In the meantime, if they don't approve it or approve something, you're kind of out of luck without having a formal
right.
big grease trap.
Well,
Right.
the problem we have is that we're looking to take these 2 blocks from the track to sheep pasture and create like a little town with all kinds of restaurants. And,
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe a bagel store or maybe a pizza place or a
Yeah.
Tex-Mex place, and we can't do it without the grease trap.
Yeah.
Right.
And I mean,
Right.
We don't have the room for
Yeah,
it.
Right.
exactly.
It's not for us, but if this program is adopted and is done on a pilot, the economic viability, what
Oh,
you
yeah.
create with wet stores and the
Right.
walkability, especially in this neighborhood, is tremendous.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
we're pursuing
That's
this.
why I was,
That's the
yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
I mean, we asked Conifer to put in grease traps just for that reason, so that it was a possibility in the future. But this sounds
So
great.
For our 2
Yeah.
projects, we don't have the room.
Right.
Can
And
I
anyone
just,
So this
else
sounds
that
like a
comes through
great
in those 2 blocks,
solution.
We don't have the room.
how does it work?
The undersink?
Yeah,
The under sink, it works as a filtration system.
It just filters, but is there something you have to remove and dump?
No,
Yeah.
just
Well,
the trap.
You have
So
to
the trap-
maintain it.
The
You have to
trap
clean
can be
it.
done two ways, Barbara. If you're building a new store, it could be put into the concrete slab with just the cover exposed, so you can lift the cover and it can be clean. If it's something that's already built, then the box just sits under the sink,
Got it,
okay? And then they take the cover out and they can clean it.
got it, thank you.
And you don't have to have a company then come and
You do.
maintain your,
You
oh,
do.
you do?
You do.
They, just like a grease trap, so you'd have a company that comes
It
and,
really, the
okay.
idea is the same as a grease trap,
Yeah.
is you're allowing the fats, oils, and greases to coagulate, whatever, you get the idea.
Right, right.
So that it collects in that grease trap, but at some point, somebody has to get in there and remove it.
That's
Right,
why
right,
you
right.
want the
Well,
inspection.
Yeah.
vendor like Clear River comes,
Right.
cleans it out,
And-
you're on contract with them, you get a
Right.
manifest certificate, it's well documented.
Right.
Yeah.
But, you know, with the county, and they're, you know, DPW saying, you know, we're not hiring a dozen new people to go and do this, so we're looking to work with the private sector to go out and figure the best way to monitor it.
Well, it could be like the backflow.
Right.
It
but
could be like
you know.
RPC.
It needs to be monitored for what you said.
Yeah.
They need to show a manifest to the inspector and say, I did it every 2 months, I did it once a month,
Right,
I
right.
did it every 3 months.
Well, it would behoove them, because it,
Right.
Right.
yeah.
This is on multifamily, Charlie, or in restaurants?
Well, this is really for restaurant use.
It's really restaurant, any kind of restaurant.
Right, right.
It could be a sit-down restaurant, it could be a pizza place, it could be a Chinese restaurant, anything like that.
Yeah.
And
Is it Nassau County doing this?
Nassau
That's
County.
because been doing it forever.
And I think the mayor and the former planning director in the village wrote letters of support to the county executive. So this is one of the economic initiatives of the county executive.
You can follow it, Charlie.
Okay.
If it goes through, it's something that'll be for the whole county, which would be
Yeah.
really beneficial to the entire county.
That would be great.
Thank you.
Okay.
I do want to note, though, that some of the businesses that you had mentioned, like the pizzeria, there was one uptown, you know, the bagel store, there was one uptown, you know, so it'd be nice to see these things come back.
Correct, correct.
The hardware store,
The hardware
See,
store.
part of the problem is,
the Army Navy store, yeah.
when I
Some of
built
us- yeah.
Brookport, it took up, now what they require, it takes up so much room in your parking lot. We don't have that land to do it
Mhm.
uptown, we just
Right.
don't.
It's not like a conventional shopping center where you have a multi-acre parking lot.
Right.
Exactly. It's been that way for
We're
centuries.
keeping our fingers crossed, folks.
That'd be great. Did you want to go over your staff report?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
well, it's up to the board. I mean, if you guys want me to,
Do you want to hit the highlight, the recommendations at the end in the staff report?
want to just go through the, yeah. that's
Yeah.
fine. All right. Trying to keep it too long.
Just so we go through the checklist, so to speak, of what needs to be done.
No what?
Just so we go through a checklist of what needs to be done going forward.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So I guess first and foremost, one of the biggest things, right? We've talked about with the Baxter development and also other applications, this whole idea of seeker, right? This is a project that also is located within the area that was evaluated as part of the comprehensive plan, the GEIS, basically anticipating what the impacts of the plan would be, but specifically uptown development. So we did receive the report. You know, we've gone through it pretty extensively, and similar to the Baxter project, we did find it does fall within the scope of what was anticipated. There is there's an uptown capacity analysis that was incorporated into that, which tried to estimate the estimated build-out with all these projects and the potential impact it may have. It had an ideal range between 400 and 500 units. With this project, in addition to all the other ones currently proposed, including the Baxter, we're about 338 projects. So we're below the 400 to 500 that was kind of anticipated as the ideal range. Even though it had a maximum capacity of 700, it just figured that was a little intensive for the area if you read the plan. The study further talks about traffic, right? There was an Upper Port traffic study which was done in 2011, if I'm not mistaken. It was a little bit before the comprehensive plan. It's referenced throughout it, which had anticipated traffic impacts from different levels. There was, I forgot the lower level, but there was one that was 350. This one, again, seems to fall below it. It also seems that the anticipated, based on the analysis they submitted, anticipated traffic generation, that's lower than what was projected in this consistency analysis. So we, at least from a general basis, we didn't have an issue on that front. Again, the rest of that analysis goes through things like community character, zoning, zoning requirements, drainage, stormwater, the typical planning board issues, in which figured a lot of it is addressed throughout the site plan submission. So we, personally as staff, we recommended it. Seems to be pretty consistent with that. Based on the actual code from New York State regarding SECR, given that the GEIS is established, if the board doesn't feel it needs any additional information with respect to SECR, you could make a formal determination without having to do the parts 2 and part 3. It's basically just showing that it's consistent with the study that was already concluded. And we would just, what we would do is we would prepare a SECR determination. Like, it would be like a little bit of a resolution, kind of going through the reasoning behind it and kind of the board's reason to establish that. If anything else is requested or it's anticipated in any sense that this project might have something that wasn't anticipated as part of that GEIS, that's when you would go kind of beyond this and go with the part 2 and the part 3. It's a supplement almost to the GIS, so similar to what we did with the Baxter, right? There was a part 2 done for it, but we still found it generally to be pretty consistent. So,
I'll leave it to traffic.
yeah, that's the.
Because I feel, I agree with everything, but I'm not sure about the traffic.
Yeah, if I recall, the generic environmental traffic, the traffic study that was quoted in GEIS should have been sufficient for this project. This is not a huge traffic generator project, so, yeah. Yeah.
Even
I
with the
mean,
parking lot.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Right, because there are some additional spaces there, right? But it's not a huge number. But I do want to go back, as I mentioned during the hearing, and go look at the, if I requested an update of the traffic counts at a couple of intersections, just to make sure we're not impacting the signal timing.
So Ray, you'll get back to us on that, so
Yes.
otherwise you need Pat to work on that.
Yes, I will take a look at that. Yeah, I got to go through some of the minutes, because I think it's mentioned in there. I don't
Okay.
recall when. It's a while ago. So, yeah.
All right.
So
So it's consistent with SECR. It's fine. It's fine, but I think I would like to see an update in the traffic study to incorporate some of the developments since the counts were done, because,
Sure.
things have occurred, and we want to just make sure that we don't need an adjustment to the traffic signal timing, basically. It's not going to be anything major, but
Okay.
we want to see if we're consistent.
Oh, so not for secret, just for
Yeah, that's my
traffic
question.
signals.
If you wanted that as
Traffic.
part of SECR, you
No, no.
would have to ask that first
No.
before you guys make a determination.
No.
When we built rail, we had to make some changes to the signal and to the turning lane on Main Street.
Yes.
It's back 10 years ago, so I
Yes.
don't know if there's anything else that would have to change here.
No, but maybe there's something that's occurred in the last couple of years that we're not seeing, additional left turns, I don't know. I mean, I don't see anything.
We didn't have to do anything with One North because of what we did with rail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'll just check it out.
So the numbers are, so
Okay.
you have One North now, you have, and then you're gonna have the Baxter, the Overlook, so you're adding traffic, but,
Yes.
how does that impact the traffic signal? There's not much you can do there. You
No.
have buildings right up against the curb.
No, and what helped
Widen the
was
road.
by Mather putting the light going east has helped
Yes.
tremendously,
Yes,
okay?
yes.
Will there be an issue, traffic-wise, if, when people leave Walnut from the parking lot, right? Because you can't leave, how do you leave that parking lot? You go up Walnut, you go south on Walnut?
Go either
If
way.
you wanted to get to North Country,
gotta-
you can go up that way, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Can,
and take a
are we
right-hand
saying
turn.
no left turn out of there, or,
No one even tries, I don't think, to make
Yeah.
a left.
I'm just,
Well,
I
also
don't-
from Walnut, you can go over to Elm,
Yeah.
and Elm will go east to Oakland, and you have a traffic light.
Yes.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
I'm
what
just
I-
curious if we needed a no left turn.
I don't think
Kind of
anyone would have a problem with that, that's a crazy left.
There aren't many people coming out of there. You will have more now that you have parking lots there, but, they'll figure it out. I think people usually figure out the
People
shortest
see they
way to
can't
go.
make it, they won't make it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I think you're having a lot of faith in people.
Yeah,
Driving. All the people making U-turns down at the, anyway.
Well, I just finished a project in Glen Cove where they had me put a pork chop in, and people just disregard it and go right over it. You know,
A what?
it's a curbing system, so it forces you to make a right turn. They call it a
Oh,
porch.
Yeah.
a porch.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
People
Oh, that makes
ride
sense.
right over it. 'Cause it's not
Yeah.
that high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anywho. Oh, sorry. That was just traffic related.
Please don't be sorry. So I mean, yeah, I mean, I would recommend before the secret part of it, just we go through the rest of the staff report just to
Yeah.
make sure there's nothing major. Obviously, a lot of it is site plan issues and smaller things, but that's a decision the board could make tonight is regarding secret. That's what we would do, prepare a determination with the findings, present that to the board, and that's how it would go forward. So going on from there, there was the ARC comments. So I don't know if you see attached, but I know the applicants kind of addressed a lot of it.
And so what we did was, we met
Yeah.
with them, and we made all the changes that they required of us. At the last meeting we had here, we brought in those photos along with the materials to show you what they expected of us. And now, we just told tonight that we're on for July 7th at 3:30 to show them the changes we made that they asked us to make.
Okay.
So I'm of the opinion that when we go July 7th, we're done. We did everything they asked us to do.
Okay. See, I wasn't aware of the meeting, so that's,
Yeah.
thank you for the telling me
And
that.
I would always cede to their expertise
So let
on
them-
that.
They were very pleased with the overall project. As a matter of fact, one of the things that they were very adamant about was we had shown this without the dentist, and they said, no, we want to see this like it's really going to look.
Oh,
And that's why they made us do this,
okay.
okay? And just the other changes they had us make
Did you guys want?
was that we added this trim of limestone and this line of limestone that they wanted us to add.
Yep.
Okay, we did that. And they also asked us on the corner to change the window, and we did that. And we also added some trim in here that they requested. And also, on the main layout, they asked us to, make it more pronounced as to where the entrance was. And we did that. And they wanted this was once brick, because they wanted it to look like a separate building. And then they decided, no, get rid of that and make it all limestone going around. So those are the changes they wanted, and we did what they asked.
Sounds good to me.
It's fine. Yeah, I don't know if you want to pass these back or.
Give me back.
Yeah. All right, so that checks out ARC. We mentioned, which I think Eric addressed during the public hearing about the minor comments about the 3-foot setbacks and the fenestration, as long as just a little note on the plan showing how it complies. We had that with the Baxter too, so that
Right.
seems, I'm pretty sure that's.
You want to talk about that? Do you need to?
Yeah, we'll resubmit it with that, notations on it.
Okay, thank you. So that's a minor thing. Then there was the discussion, right, about pileup. There's been a slight reduction. It used to require 4 spaces. Based on the most recent set of plans, it's only 3 spaces short. So we found it de minimis of a change. But if the board has discussed anything with regard to the parking, right, it's still the same amount of parking spaces. There's a reduction, slightly, one less space, based on the new building design or revised calculations compared to the previous staff report. But we didn't have any major issue on staff side, so I don't know if the board wants to discuss that at all, but no. All right. Okay, then there was DPW's comments. So we went out there and walked the site with Greg Munson, right, Superintendent of Highways, and found the plans to be generally acceptable from their standpoints. Obviously, they still do want to see the off-site improvement work, such, the stuff that the state normally requires eventually when that's available. They would like to just be able to review that and comment on it like they did with the Baxter project.
That's what VHB's one.
Okay.
Angelo? all right.
Those will be available in a day or two. We'll submit to the village when they're submitted to the DOT.
And if you recall, there was the issue about the trees, the type of trees, and we gave the list of what we did. We were asked to give the list to make it comparable to what we did at One North, on North, on North Country.
Yes. yeah.
Okay, and then we were asked about what kind of trees we put on Main Street. They were tall and narrow and set back. And as you know, we have a problem with DOT. they will not allow us to put the lanterns up unless they're 18
18
inches
inches
back,
off
so
the
we
back,
can't put
yeah.
them in.
Yeah.
They
The
made me
trees.
take the 4 down
Yes.
on 1 north. So we're not gonna have lanterns on that side, where we will have lanterns on the Baxter side, because we have 10-foot sidewalks.
You won't make that mistake.
No, not again.
18 inches.
We had a new sheriff in town who wants to remove all the lanterns in the village, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Oh.
At least that's consistent.
So, are they, wait, did you talk about the sidewalk improvements?
I was just about to
And-
get there.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, so-
sorry.
no, it's
I had a
okay.
I was reading and then I spaced.
It's okay. Yeah, so that's the one thing, and I wasn't sure what the plan was originally, but if you look at the plan up there, they show the sidewalks that are basically along North Country Road between the development and kind of the parking lot. They brought up the idea of, I'm not sure how open you guys are to this, as part of the major public benefit, if you guys were planning on redoing any of that sidewalk or just the corner of Front Main Street.
From where to where?
So if you look where Parker's highlighting, that section of it,
Right.
because right now a lot of the sidewalk is in a pretty poor
That's
condition.
not our property. That's the dentist.
Well, it's villages right of way.
But he's responsible.
We had not figured on doing that.
On the property, he's responsible.
Well, it was brought up as part of the major.
And, well,
Public
that
benefit. If the-
surprised me because the sidewalk there is pretty wide. You know,
No, we can put lanterns on North Country. We can't put lanterns on Main Street.
no, but I meant if DPW wants that piece of sidewalk redone, I thought that the width of that sidewalk was adequate.
I don't know.
I-
We don't know.
It may
be
We
the
don't- we have to get their comments.
So,
Okay.
We don't have their
Yeah.
comments yet.
It was just
I
a
hear your,
suggestion.
and I hear your argument that it's not your property, but because you sandwich that property and because you're using, the parking, how are people getting from the parking lot to your building? If they're not residents, they might be walking on that sidewalk. So that's, it's a connection between your parking lot and your building.
I would
That
think
would
that
be-
most of the people are going to cross where that arrow is going.
Right.
That's where the majority of people are
But can
going
you get to,
cross.
can you get to Main Street from there?
You walk up. Yeah, and then you walk
Walk up and
on
walk
the
out.
existing sidewalk.
Yeah. That's where most of the people are going to cross, right there. I doubt very few people are going to go there.
Alright. It was a suggestion.
Are the sidewalks in need of repair in front of their building or just in front of the dentist?
I don't know what they look like.
He believed both.
Have you
Okay.
seen
Out
them?
there.
Have you looked at them?
I walked the site with him. A lot of them are like disangled and old. They're older. It was a thought they had as
Are there written comments from the DPW?
no. It was all it's unfortunate it's a verbal. I've asked for written comments. I didn't get them yet, so waiting for
Yeah,
the
probably
full
have
one.
to
I'll
wait.
see if they.
Wait.
That I don't think they wanted. I don't know if they're gonna like we're requiring this. It was more just kind of a, I guess, a thought.
If you're out here.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm raising it. That's the only reason.
The sidewalk in front of the church on North Country Road, now that's up and asphalt. What will change on that?
That has to be all new sidewalks.
Yeah,
That's
coming down?
Now, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that has to be all new. It's going to be like the barn and park lot, everything new.
so that is getting redone.
Yeah, it has to, because it's asphalt and up high.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like-
That'll look like a park, landscape,
So
trees,
it's just the one block.
Yeah.
It's
So
missing.
it's really only in front of the dentist's office.
correct.
That's missing.
And hypothetically, the corner.
And you're dealing with a character to begin with. That's another story.
Okay.
Okay.
But if you had, or if we asked you to improve the sidewalk just on your part of North Country,
Yeah,
just the little
yeah,
part.
of course. I don't know, we have no problem with that.
I'd wait and see if you get comments from DPW. We can't go
Yeah,
with a
that's true.
verbal. We can't.
Right.
All right.
No.
Yeah, I know. I was just trying to move. That's all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
Figured I'll raise it.
And then we should check with the code because most municipalities require
Yeah,
that
we should put the language
landowner
in to match.
abutting, even if it's village property or town property, they have to maintain it.
So, just so you know.
They do what-
the-
what- yeah.
The site plan now, I just went over with Eric,
they're in bad shape. We should-
North Country doesn't show the lanterns, but I just told them I want to add them so it matches across the street with One North,
Okay.
okay? But on Main Street, we can't because of DOT.
DOT, at one point, well, in front of the Baxter, there's a breakaway lantern that they're allowing you to keep.
No, we
No.
haven't, they will allow us to put lanterns in if they're 18 inches off the front of the curb line,
Wow.
period. Okay? So, we don't have the problem with the Baxter because we have a very wide sidewalk, so we're going to do that.
Mhm.
And there are some lanterns already there, we're gonna reconfigure that,
Mhm.
okay? But we can't put them on the other side because they're gonna make me take them down again.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's a shame. I mean, the Dickens Lantern was the very first project for the bid district. And one of the members really said, let's do this, and everybody said, oh, we will never be able to do that, and he was able to go out and do it. So it'd be a shame to see them come down again.
We tried, we went to the manufacturer to see if we can get a breakaway letter, because they would accept that.
Mhm.
And they wouldn't give it to us, but you see when they fall, they are broken, they're breakaways. I mean, they're so obvious that they're breakaways.
Yeah.
And there's no appeal process or variance process from the state as far as that.
No, Pat, talked to Pat Lenahan about that. Pat has gone to them, they don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, they're not hit all the time. There's only one I've ever seen hit.
You go to DOT and explain it to the guy we're dealing with. For a 32nd of an inch, you made me take out 20 feet of sidewalk.
It's not right.
No.
Does respond to crying or yelling or, threats.
We try.
Like ref
I have
intimidation?
4 lanterns sitting in the basement right now of One North.
So, do you,
Hey, Dan, maybe,
Do you-
maybe you want to focus on the ones that,
I was just gonna say,
That- not the ones, these are blue, right? And not the ones that are in blue, but the other ones, those are the newer ones, right?
I
Yeah,
thought the
the
blue
blue's-
was the new one.
Blue's newer. I mean,
Oh,
I'll
the
just,
blue is,
Yeah.
blue's the new.
from the staff report, from
Yeah.
the
This
prior
is all
staff
new.
report? Oh, okay.
Because
All
we
right,
haven't
good.
updated the staff report in a long time.
Oh,
So
okay,
a lot of this
okay,
is new. The
okay.
green is some older comments that were carried over.
All right.
I guess, I mean, a lot of this was discussed during the public hearing.
Mhm.
The only thing I would
Yeah.
say at this point is just the
But-
engineer's comments.
Okay.
We did receive them on the 27th. The plans are dated the 28th. I don't know if everything is fully addressed in the plan, so I would just ask the applicants to take a look at it
Okay.
going forward, so as
And-
long as it's addressed.
We received those comments with the staff report.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we read through them.
Yeah, because it looks like the DPW wants more information before they make a official
Well, they
written
do.
thing.
They want what I just mentioned before, like the DOT
Yeah.
type plans, like the off-site work, traffic control, because I know they had some concerns with the Baxter originally, so I know you've some
Yeah.
recent stuff, but that's where it's coming from. It's a similar type of comments. I know also just the idea of the project's construction timelines and demolition plans are something we're asking for this project, particularly because there's so many ongoing now, right, adjacent to each other. How it's all going to work together is.
The problem we have with timeline is we're not in a position to give you a timeline until we have our approvals. And then it depends on the weather. Okay, it depends when we're able to start, if we're dealing with inclement weather.
But are you going to do them at the exact, do you plan on doing both of them at the same time?
It all depends which comes first in the approval process. We're willing to start as fast as we can.
Okay.
But
But
they're gonna be close.
hypothetically,
They're gonna be close.
you could have construction going on both sides of
Pretty-
that
yeah,
That's
intersection.
no
phasing for
question.
both of them, and
No question.
So I
that's the
think,
concern.
I mean,
yeah.
they'd certainly be within at least a couple of months of each other, without question.
But I guess the concern with DPW would be, will you phase them so that there isn't,
Well, with the Baxter, you're really dealing with Texaco,
okay.
whereas with
Yeah,
this one, you're
true.
really dealing.
I understand. I see what you're saying.
On the other side.
Yeah.
Right, we're
Okay.
gonna be off of this statement.
Yeah.
Except for when you have to close down that one turn lane.
They
Yeah,
both have
which
some.
is-
There's
yeah.
a period between like
Yeah.
the first phase or something
Go
where they're
ahead,
both
here
on main.
comes the,
Jump in on that for a
Yeah.
second, because it's an easy solution. Depending on the weather, the building construction on either side of the road is gonna take a much longer time period than the work in the right-of-way that's gonna cause that left turn lane to close for a brief period during the day. So if they do go concurrently, the trick will be staggering the contractor that's working in the shoulder areas in front of the two sites, so they're not working at the same time. And there's plenty of construction scheduled for the building where that could be easily accommodated. And the Baxter doesn't work on, the Baxter doesn't go all the way to the corner.
No.
So I
Correct.
guess maybe DPW just wants you to write that down.
Yeah.
Fine.
Sounds
Yes,
like,
that's-
right?
Be-
Fine.
because
I
that-
understand the
Yeah.
concern. We don't
Yeah.
want to close both parking lanes and squeeze Main Street down, but there's plenty of time in the construction schedule where we won't even come close.
That
to having
left-hand
to.
turning lane going north, turning onto Sheep Pasture Road, really hasn't been there that long. You put that in.
Right.
That's the one
You
that
know,
went in
put that in
with
with rail.
Texaco.
Yes, and it's
Yeah.
been less than 10 years.
Yes.
Yeah, so,
But it's a godsend if you're driving north
It'll be 10
and trying to
years,
get through that light.
it's
It's really nice.
9 years old.
All right. Okay,
Thanks.
next. Next.
Would you want to do the secret?
Was there anything really, anything
there's
else in the
the-
blue that we,
There's the, right, there's the, I guess there's gonna be some changes coming though. There's the lighting plan, but I know there's gonna be a few, yeah, you're adding a couple lights to it, so that's a, but there's the lighting plan, there's the landscaping plan.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was just if you guys wanted to discuss those items, those are both new. We found the lighting to be acceptable. You know, I went through it. I know there's gonna be some small changes to it coming, but
yeah, the,
that's,
the
Dark
only
sky?
issues I had with
yes, dark
the,
sky compliant.
okay.
the landscape, the new landscaping plan was, I just wasn't sure if we needed the extra screening, which we don't.
Yeah, not per code.
And
You could-
I think
yeah.
Barbara addressed the screening to Tara's. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
well-
to Tara's.
Yeah, because your cars are pulling in at an angle, and all
Yeah.
I could think of was the headlights are gonna hit the apartments, but
Yeah.
the ground floor apartments are lower, and it's a solid fence, so it should be minimal, if anything.
Yeah.
There'll be evergreens there as well.
And
Yeah.
there'll be evergreens.
Double row of screen.
So that was my only I don't know if you guys saw anything else that needed looking at with landscaping.
So then it's up to you guys. I don't know if you wanna make a determination on secret. What that enables us to do is then we can refer it to, obviously the public hearing's still open though, but you
Yeah.
could refer it to the county.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's,
For the
Sure.
planning
let's
commission.
sure
Yeah.
do that,
Yeah.
sure.
We need a vote on that?
I think you need a motion to,
Okay.
To say that it does comply to the
exactly.
the
And that-
GES.
That it does comply to it and that no supplemental finding statement or any supplemental, documentation is required.
So I motion, yeah, I
I said
motion
jargon
that
too.
it complies with GIS and we don't need any supplemental,
There you go.
no further secrets
They're the
required.
experts.
Thank you. It's hard to think when you're
I'll second the motion.
trying to speak.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. That's it.
That's the overlook.
Yep, that's for the overlook.
Okay. This is Hayden.
So are we gonna talk about the next two kind of together?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Baxter and
Okay.
Texaco.
All right, we're gonna cover the Baxter work session.
And Texaco, I
And
guess.
And
yeah, and-
23
Which is the
Texaco,
hills, because we
which
keep
is-
calling it three things. Railroad, the hills, and Texas,
Yeah,
so
it's the hills.
the hills.
Yeah, it's got too many names.
I know.
Do you want to sit? Do you want to?
You can sit here.
I saw
Want
that.
to sit next to, I can move. You sure?
Look at you. Head of the table.
Okay, so who wants to talk about the,
Can I talk about the C2?
You know, I know you guys had a meeting earlier, I saw you talking out there, I'd just like to know what was going on.
Can I just make a statement about the C2R overlay?
Mhm.
Because when we first did the comprehensive plan, right, that wasn't part of it. So I would like to know, did that actually go to a public hearing? Or is that brought in under whoever was the head of building at the time?
It must have gone to a public hearing,
It's
correct?
referred to in the comp plan. There is portions of it referred to in the comp plan, and the interesting thing is there's
It's-
paragraphs in the comp plan that direct almost exactly what this application is doing.
But
matter of fact,
I kind of disagree. If we're talking about the parking and shared parking.
Well, I'm referring
Well,
to
yeah.
the parking.
Right. So to me, when they're talking, so again, I'm happy that you guys are now deciding that the comp plan is important and that you will follow it even if it's not codified. Because in the past, when I brought up the comp plan and the intent of the comp plan, since it wasn't codified, we had a lot of pushback. And that's why this project has taken quite a bit of time. Okay, so that's fine. However, I think the intent of the shared parking was between the mixed-use part of a building and the residential part of the building. So being able to share the parking was about the fact that we want mixed-use buildings. We want to encourage mixed-use buildings, but we don't want to impose as much parking on mixed-use buildings for the entire 24 hours of the day, knowing that the people who live there won't be parking there necessarily during the day, but the businesses might be using that parking during the day. So it's a yin-yang, it's a really great use of parking. However, I think between Texaco and the Baxter, they are both using the residential parking. So the parking at Texaco is all residential. So that requirement was based on it's all residential. So if you need the parking from the Baxter for the residents, for residential use, you can't share it with Texaco by reducing the parking calculation at Texaco because it's the same use.
I think you have
It's
to
the
start-
same
I
use.
think you have to start, the first premise, and I think it was addressed earlier today, was like, is the board comfortable with the number of combination between what's supplied by Baxter and what exists with Hills?
Yes.
And the answer to that, if that answer is yes, then we move from that point. But I understand what you're saying, that makes a whole lot of sense, Laura.
Yeah, maybe we should get Pat up here too. Pat?
And
And that's the
You-
first
you
premise.
know-
You
If it-
probably
if that-
shouldn't
If the answer to that is no,
you'll be up and
then
down.
you have to go a different direction. I agree with you on that. But the answer to that question, my understanding, and Mac, and you guys can, it's your call. It's not-
But
it's
again,
not
this
my
is the
call, it's not Dan's
applicant
call,
that's
it's not
coming
anybody's.
before us and telling us that they've done the part, like, that, we haven't independently verified or corroborated.
I reviewed it,
Okay.
and I'm comfortable. And he'll probably tell you, he should, and he probably will, that what you're talking about, the different uses, the different occupancy of the spaces in different times of the day for different uses, like the residents who leave, businesses who use customers who use the parking. When there's offices, it's also a switch each day, each time. He's looked at multiple time periods, and he considered all that.
Okay.
So if that's what he's going to say. He may not even have to say it.
Well, we've covered it a few times, so I'll just reiterate. We did look specifically at the parking conditions in that area, including at Texaco, in the Texaco Railroad lot at the southwest corner, including the designated spaces that are there for Texaco now. The demands over the course of an afternoon into the evening, capturing when the retail demand in the area would be the highest in the afternoon and the residential demand in the evening. And my study, which was submitted to the board, shows that between the two sites and the reserved stalls in the Texaco Railroad lot, there is adequate parking to accommodate everyone that's going to come here at all times of the day.
And you also looked at weekends, right?
Yes, we looked at a weekday and a Saturday.
Right.
In addition to that, just for comfort for the board, We also found a lot of vacant parking otherwise in the railroad Texaco lot along Linden Avenue. And on Main Street, we are going to install 3 parallel parking stalls that are not there today. So that's a +3 versus what you have there today. And my study does not take credit for internal trips between the retail and the 2 residential buildings. And it doesn't take credit for the level of walk-ups that the retail is going to see that aren't going to come with a car. So I am very confident that there will be enough parking on the 2 sites and the reserved stalls in the Texaco Railroad lot.
Okay, and then what about the part in the comp plan that talks about, so smaller lot developments on the street could purchase this parking relief? That was the part that you guys left out in your, to change, so the comp plan encouraged, so this was in the section of the comp plan that encouraged the 4th story as a bonus for a fee. And it also encouraged the shared use of parking for a fee. And it hasn't been codified, but again,
But
we're
not-
like picking and
we're not-
choosing what comp plan we're deciding to,
Respectfully, I'm not doing that at all.
yeah.
Because the difference between what you're saying and purchasing spaces is my client is not looking to share this with Village Parking. My client is sharing property they own with a property they own.
Right, but you are looking for a new parking calculation based on a relief given by being able to share the parking. That is what the comp plan is saying. It's a relief, and it's recognizing that that we want to share parking. That's a great idea, but it's a bonus. It is a fee-based, according to the comp plan. If we're going to read the comp plan, that was what they were encouraging. It was never codified like the 4th story was. And, you know,
Well, I think I'm going to read it to you verbatim, because
Okay.
I don't have to interpret it for you, right? Any proposed development with a lot larger than 20,000 square feet or 75 linear feet in any of the proposed zoning districts, C2, C2R, or C2PO, would have the possibility to change from the required residential parking requirement of 1.5 spaces, it actually says space, for a studio or 1 bedroom to 1 space. Smaller lot developments on these streets could purchase the parking relief for $15,000 per parking space reduced. I think it's an error.
But
so the smaller lot isn't,
That's
Right.
not germane, right?
No.
Okay.
This is a larger lot.
okay,
that's-
so my misinterpretation.
Yeah, so it's,
So respectfully,
Okay, I
the
get
way
that.
it says any proposed development, not mixed use, not whatever, right? And to me, I have Dr. Mobility next to me, but the parking requirement in the C2R is 1.5 spaces, right? For whether you're a studio, a 1-bedroom, or a 2-bedroom. And this is saying you can have relief, potentially, for 1.5 for a studio or 1-bedroom to 1 space, which is kind of logical because studios and 1-bedrooms generally don't have as much parking demand.
Right.
And I think that's what Pat's empirical analysis demonstrated to the
That's
board.
what we found at Texaco.
right. See, we actually looked at the parking conditions for Texaco and found, well, you knew the number of spaces that you had, and you knew the number of apartments, you knew the breakdown of the apartments,
Created a
so,
rate
yeah, yeah.
and applied it to the Baxter residential. There is no better rate you're going to find than the one next door.
And
And I
tip-
think the Baxter units are a little smaller.
I was
than
just
the
gonna
Texaco.
say that, right? They're geared toward potentially
one-bedroom.
Stony
So,
Brook.
I-
Students and med students.
this is my concern. We don't have enough parking in the C1. And it's all built out, and it is really rough when we have applications for change of use, or, you know, they want to go from retail to restaurant, or they want to go into a mixed-use building. We have no parking. We have, yeah, C1, sorry, the downtown area. So I do not want to create. So my knee-jerk reaction is, why are we eliminating parking? Why are we saying, oh yeah, forget it, you don't need that parking? Because I don't want to create, we have an opportunity to really develop Uptown very well, and I don't want to create an area where 10 years down the road, we go, oh, crap, we don't have enough parking. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, no,
And I hear this, and I understand. I just want you to know that that's what I'm trying to prevent. I would really like to see Uptown be a vital, vibrant place that has plenty of parking, that people could, right? But, you know.
And the overlay issue, to fairness to everybody, just came up, and it's not the fault of anybody. It was just something, and it's abstract and it's unclear, quite frankly, you know. And it's you know, apparently, it was mentioned in the comp plan and didn't get carried over to any specific section of the code. So, and that's where the confusion can lie sometimes. You know, when you have an issue that came up, it's carried over in the use tables, but nothing else, right? So then when you have that kind of question, like, well, what does this mean? Then like, well, it's not in the code, so where do you look next? You look at the comp plan, like you do. And you know, it's like a judge, right? The same
Well-
thing. If he's got a case and he looks for a similar case, so he can use that as precedence, right? And then he looks at the statute. If he doesn't have the case, he doesn't have the statute. He's looking at a treatise or some sort of a report or a law review article. That's that's the logical next steps, and that's what the comp plan says.
So the C2 overlay has more parking than just the C2. Is okay.
Required more parking.
Where else, so where is the overlay? What are the limits on the overlay? Because we are now going to set a precedent
It's very narrow.
that
It's
we don't
basically the
have to.
hills.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
just
be
a
honest,
hill.
it's.
It's just a hill.
and
Okay.
Can I just clarify one thing?
Yes, I would love that.
I just didn't want, I know this, right, I'm the one who kind of brought up this news to everyone, so I'm
Yeah.
just,
You
I just want
do
to
your job,
clarify
man.
one
That's
thing.
okay.
We did find, I wasn't at all trying to say we weren't crediting the part availability, right? The studies were there. I don't think we even had an issue with what's available between the two sites. It was just how we navigate this in the code. The way the provisions read of the C2 district, right, it goes to imply that if the property is located within the C2R, you have to follow the bulk and parking regulations set forth and as an attachment to the chapter. And that's where that 1.5 space comes up.
Because it's
Right,
only,
but wait,
because
wait,
it is
wait,
residential.
Wait
Well,
one
that's
second.
the-
That's
Wait,
the
wait,
overlay
wait,
part.
but wait one second.
Okay.
Okay. The Hills was built in 2014.
Yes.
And you approved the site plan in 2014 at a parking ratio of 1.5. So even though there was no overlay then, it already had the 1.5. It was already approved. It's not like, right? So
Right.
we
So-
already met that.
No,
even
I-
though it
Right,
wasn't-
but now
I'm
you
more
won't.
worried- I'm worried about
Because
the back street.
It only went in it only went in 2016, that change. That overlay district was only created in 2016.
But that's the problem is that, yeah, so that, the overlay was put in 2016, I agree, and then, of course, the C2 district was also then lowered. So the C2
Right.
went from
So you-
1.5 to 1,
Right, which is what they're trying to,
do with the this property, which is in
Right.
the C2R.
right.
That's all I'm trying to say, is how do we navigate that going forward? My initial recommendation was that, because if, under the code, if you have, right, you don't meet the parking, this is from guidance from the other village area as well, the only way to get it, you can't get a variance from parking, it's only pile-up. And obviously, this is a very substantial pile-up rate, so I internally were freaking out, like, all right. So my only thought is, if we can't navigate it through the code, then it would be a referral to the Board of Trustees to see if they were considering.
Which is
staff is not
which is
against.
where I would be comfortable with.
I just want to be honest about our opinion. That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying. I'm not saying I disagree with anyone here. I'm just saying the Board of Trustees then would put out
Yeah,
with
because
their-
we're not allowed to waive parking.
without pile up
Right.
the code.
As a board, they removed that from us.
But we
On,
can.
for specifically because we were being a little too liberal with it.
Oh yeah,
So-
the parking's the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah,
So from what I'm hearing from you is we actually don't even have we can't offer the relief that you're looking for because of the way the code is written. And perhaps we give it
Well,
to the
she-
Board of
I don't-
Trustees
I
to
don't
then
know
make
that
a.
I don't know that I'm
That's
asking for relief. I'm asking for approval of a shared parking concept, which is something that your comp plan is allowing.
But
and
in-
these specifically speaks to in these two districts.
But in order to share the parking, you need relief of the parking that was required. All the stalls at the Hills from my understanding, were required. Those were the required number of stalls. So what you need to do is lower that parking calculation for the hills in order to share it.
Well, that's what, I think
With
that's how I started.
the Baxter.
That was the premise at the
So-
beginning of this conversation.
But
Was
I'm
doesn't
that-
more
the
than
Hills-
happy to refer this to the
Hills
Board of
has
Trustees.
more parking than they're actually utilizing.
But according to code, it's built to code.
But they have more parking than they need.
Correct, but
That's the
that's
argument
not,
you make.
my argument is we can't just decide, okay, forget it, we'll ignore the C2 overlay. I think we should send it to the Board of Trustees and let them make the final determination, because we're not allowed to just waive parking.
But as the code's being read to us right now.
That's the comp plan.
That's the comp plan.
That's
Oh, the
not-
comp
Yeah,
plan.
that's on the
You know,
comp.
let me say something about that comp plan, right? And I was on that.
Forgot
I
codified.
was on that committee, you were on that committee, and what happened was the trustees hired Cameron Engineering. And they came out with a real big 3-inch binder and said everything they wanted to do. And there were residents in the audience saying, no, we don't like it. So the trustees assigned a committee to do the comp plan, and we sat there for what, 6 months or more? It was supposed to go like 2 or 3 months. It might even been over a year or so. It was brutal, right? We finally presented it to the trustees, and they go, oh, this is great. And what did they do? They got the Cameron Engineering plan and adopted that. What the heck? You know, it was a waste of our time.
And I hear you there, but I guess what we're talking about is the way that the code is written, comp plan or no,
Okay,
it's not our purview to waive the parking. So you could make this.
The code is actually silent to that.
Right, but the other
Well,
thing is,
but they
doesn't the C2,
specifically took it out of our. They specifically took it away from us. We are not allowed to waive parking.
Once it's pilot.
100% that happened. I mean, I'd have to go back and find where that happened. But it sounds like to me that you guys have a great argument, and I'm not arguing that you don't have enough parking. I just would be a lot more comfortable if we sent this to the Board of Trustees and said, hey, here's the issue. You guys need to weigh in on this.
The big picture is that.
And you can
there
make the
there-
same argument.
The amount of parking is not gonna change, right? I mean, we all agree, right? There's only a finite amount of parking up there, and you're maxing it out. The
But the-
testimony and acceptance of the traffic engineers, our chair, who's a traffic engineer expert, as well as Pat, is that the parking is satisfactory to the board. Right? So the question is, so what do you do now, right? So do you waive? You have we had this conversation, this application for 26 Texaco requests to go from the 1.5 to the 1. I'm not sure what this application was based on. You know, the attorney for the applicant's not here today, Eric Russo. I can follow up with Eric on if it was if this specific request what we're talking about now was based on someone's knowledge of something in the code, which we don't see that there's a specific provision for this board or any board to waive that provision from 1.5 to 1, or was it based on the fact that the comp plan, which the village spent $500,000 to do, you know, so you can't just disregard it, you know, saying before, if
Well, we
it's not in the
have.
code, then you have to rely on other examples, so, or is there another way to provide for the public benefit, you know, in lieu of a pile-up? And there has been, my understanding, there's been there's been a number of conversations concerning what other public benefits will be offered on this project, right? I mean, there's been talking about the walkways, is there other, and there's amount of monies that I think that we were talking about, which I'm hearing, we can confirm with the applicant, is probably above what the pileup would be, regardless of whether you're talking about the C2 calculation or the C2R overlay calculation, right? So could you cover it with that? You know, I can certainly inquire with the village
okay.
attorney about that issue and whether this board, that they could designate this board to accept in lieu of a pileup or a public benefit contribution to be used, you know, in some fashion that way.
How is the pileup quantified by the Board of Trustees? Is there a table, is there?
Yeah, they said there's a resolution. I don't know if we can
There
pull
is
it
a
up.
resolution.
But
I
I
see
don't think this
two.
is pileup. We're not even, this isn't related to pileup at all, right? I mean, the Hills was built when the parking calculation, it was 1.5 was required. Since then, the C2 has been reduced, right? But not the overlay.
Well, no, the Hills is fine. The problem is now it's the
Yeah,
Baxter.
yeah, the
Because
Baxter's standing alone.
Short. It's really
Right, but so
Texaco itself
maybe
is-
I'm totally misunderstanding. So maybe this will clear it all up. My understanding is the Hills, in order to share their parking with the Baxter, they actually have to get their parking number reduced.
Yes.
Okay. So in order to do that, they have to go from the calculated 1.5 to 1.
Well, they don't have to, I mean, they're gonna share the parking. The parking is going to be shared
So the-
regardless, right? It's not a matter of
But it's the same
getting
use.
the relief from
It's-
Hills to actually have the shared parking. It's just a question about what's the number,
Yeah.
what's the number that Baxter, standing alone, needs for their parking.
Because the problem is, right, if you go by the calculations of each zoning district, one's in the C2, one's in the C2R. C2R requires 111 stalls, which is what's on site.
We're hearing from a
for-
practical point of view, the parking is fine.
No, I know,
between the
I'm
two
just
levels.
saying
No,
what
no,
the-
I'm not arguing with that.
I'm just saying what
I'm
the
not-
code says,
Yeah, I'm not
that's
arguing
all.
with that. So, and we've said this now 4 or 5 times tonight, that
So
we're under the
the-
premise that the parking, the provided parking is satisfactory for both projects. The question then is, if the code requirement is more than what is provided,
Yes.
how do we address that? Typically, you address that through a pilot.
Which we can't do.
Well,
Or pile up set by the Board of Trustees.
Yeah.
So that's why I
it
would
comes back to the
recommend-
board. I mean, that's a mathematical calculation, so it's not
Yeah,
anything.
it's high right now, it's 4,000
Yeah,
space.
but then the question is, and we've had some discussions with the Board of Trustees and the village attorney, in lieu of, because there is, as we know, there's been offers and considerations and discussions about other public benefits on this project, you know, and probably in monies that are gonna far exceed what the pilot would be, you know, so then we don't have to, you know, finalize that tonight, but, I mean, that's what we can explore, and I think we should look at the other issues that you need to address, and we will resolve this between now and July.
You talking about an additional public benefit on top of the?
Well, no, I mean, just whatever the public benefits
Well,
gonna
they're
be, right?
offering a lot, it's 318 some
Yeah,
thousand
there's
plus.
already 318.
Right.
And I wouldn't be,
Which is
you know, I wouldn't be opposed to
substantial.
it either. It's transferring it over, it's just, that's all. It's just, I just would recommend the trustees consider it, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because the way the code
I'm not
reads,
opposed to that.
I don't know how I can, as staff, navigate the code otherwise.
No,
So
we're not
you sa-
asking the staff to do it. No, this is gonna be, we can get input from the trustees, or the village attorney, and such, and it can be a calculation in lieu of
Yeah.
pilot, or maybe in addition to, or some variation thereof. We'll work that out.
But that's something that's gonna go to the board irrespectively, whether it's, and that, I mean, and I hate to reiterate this, but we have a logical resolution to the number of spaces. What we don't have is a method to codify it into a resolution.
In reality,
Right,
sure.
right, it's a paperwork process.
Yeah.
And that's why you
Yeah,
got
yeah.
the traffic.
It's not an operation. And Bill, you know,
No, I know,
you've been
yeah.
involved in public project before, right? We all have. I mean,
Yes.
you know, is there a public benefit contribution that can resolve this? Yeah, of course.
But that would still have to be approved by the board, not by us, because they took all that away from us, I thought.
No, well, I don't know. I
That's
don't know
my
that, I don't know
understanding.
that this board doesn't have the ability to
We
require.
basically either say, yeah, you know, you have enough parking, or B,
Well, parking-
you have to go back to the board and say, how much are you gonna charge us? Or now they have a set fee.
Yeah, but in lieu of a pilot, or you can call it whatever you want to call it. Pilot is usually
Right.
generally a public benefit, right? but the public benefit is the contribution itself, it gets back either monetarily or public improvements that are rationally related to this
Right.
project.
Not disagreeing with you, I'm
No.
just saying, I think somebody has to tell us, can we speak of this, or?
I clearly think the planning board has the ability to set conditions that are for public benefits that are rationally related to, maybe not specifically the pilot. This court will have to clarify that. But I think the planning board has the ability to set conditions on any site plan review that are rationally related to the project for public benefit. You know, road one.
It sounded like the Board of Trustees decided where the public benefit went. I thought it was our purview, but
It's not your authority.
Well, I guess.
well,
if
they
you could
wanted it to
confirm
go
that,
to
then
So
the,
whatever they
that
want.
other building and.
I mean, they can have suggestions, but the planning board.
That is where-
Setting your conditions that maybe, that's your authority, that's your.
That's okay. Okay. They wanted it for the, Tucker House.
Yeah, which I thought was a little weird because I thought we were the ones who.
It is technically the planning board's purview, but I think eventually you guys referred it to them, and then what the latest discussion on that was if there is any additional contribution available after the walkway is constructed, it would be set to a South Village revitalization fund, basically to help fund projects in uptown revitalization in the future. That was what they wanted to start. That was the Board of Trustees' recommendation on this, right? That was their input was, but it's ultimately up to the planning board.
You know, there's specific concerns expressed to me by folks about the condition of North Country Road and Mather, and between Mather and Marita Gate, maybe there's some contributions, whatever. These are all topics that we can discuss. Essentially, the law has always been set that as long as the conditions of the planning board are rationally related to the, you can't request them to do something that's completely unrelated to the project. But you can set conditions that are related specifically to the project. I'm sure you've been involved in road widenings or. Yeah.
Just in the future, I would like to, I find it interesting that we're cherry picking the comp plan and we get pushback when it doesn't work for the applicant, but then it's wholeheartedly accepted when it does work. I guess that's where my frustration lies with this. You know, we can't trot out the comp plan when it's not codified if it doesn't benefit the applicant. But now we can trot out the comp plan even though it's not codified and benefit the applicant. That's my frustration.
I understand that, but I really wasn't trying to do that.
Okay.
When I saw that comment and when we saw that comment and we looked in the code, none of it was clear to us.
Okay.
So then I went to the comp plan and I said, if I can't understand what the code is requiring, maybe I can find what the reason was.
And I
so
love
that. I
that.
can understand
But
it.
somehow, you know.
I understand what you're saying, but that really was not my intention. I was
Okay.
not cherry-picking.
And I don't mean to cast aspersions.
I was just trying to figure it out.
At this point, very, very frustrated because we can't just pick and choose. I'm an engineer at heart. We need to have rules.
I don't think anybody's wholeheartedly saying that the comp plan is saying this is it, and we're not relying on that. We've just had a discussion about what other things we could do. Nobody's here is saying that the comp plan says you can go down 1.5 to 1, so that's done, so they don't owe any money or anything else. Nobody's saying that. We just had a discussion about other avenues for public benefits. Yeah, and it's not. I mean,
Again, we are starting from scratch and we are creating problems. Well,
I think we're trying to resolve problems, and you're part of
okay,
the
but
resolution.
why not have more, why not have extra, like, why are we already limiting parking? We're starting from scratch. We're tearing down buildings. We're redeveloping. And I'm afraid that we're just creating problems for our future people. We're just kicking it down the curb. So, my 2 cents, you know, it's just so frustrating that brand new buildings don't have enough parking already and they're already doing pilot. I mean, we're starting over.
But we proved that we have the parking.
Right,
we
but ver-
demonstrated we have the
Right, but-
parking. But we're
based
one of the
against
only
the code.
self-sufficient, all of our buildings, I'll tell you this, we take pride in that we supply parking that's sufficient for our tenants. We're involved with projects that we don't own where they don't have sufficient parking. And we have walked away from multiple projects because they don't have sufficient parking. We would not be this far and spend this kind of money if we didn't think it worked parking-wise. To us, we have the best of the best when it comes to looking at parking. He analyzed this, and we have sufficient, can I finish speaking? We have sufficient empty spaces in our building now. During the day, at night, on weekends, they were checking our garages. We were with them, giving them access to everything so they could see everything. We would not be here today if
Right.
we didn't feel confident. We're not asking for one village or public space. Everything is between our two projects, and we found, and we feel comfortable, and you guys should, because you have an expert here, demonstrating that sufficient parking's here. So I don't understand.
Okay, listen.
If there was another project saying,
we-
I need 10 village spaces like you've done with other projects, and they buy
Right.
them, that's, to me, that's hurting the village and the parking demand of the village. We're not doing that here.
Listen, I know
also
it's only
giving
4
you-
spaces, but you're 4
We're also
spaces short
giving-
on the overlook,
we're
right?
also
Did we not
giving you
just?
3 spaces.
Well, that's all.
in the building.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
not,
just saying.
that's not what
like,
we're talking about. You
I
can't
get
bounce
that.
back and forth.
Well,
This-
but
we're
you
talking
just
about the
said all of our,
Yeah, and we feel confident that that project works as well.
just saying.
Yeah, like I said, we will not move forward a project we don't feel the parking works.
Yeah.
If we don't
I
have
don't
enough
think
parking,
anybody's-
let me
no-
say something. If we don't look at a project unless we have enough parking, there's a reason for it.
Right.
Because we manage other buildings that don't have enough parking that we don't own. And the problem you have is you can't rent the apartments because you don't have the parking. So we don't want to take on any project unless we have enough parking for our tenants.
Right, and nobody's, I don't believe anybody here is looking to fault your company or, it's, to me, this is a question of the future. Now, where somebody else comes in, and I won't name names, but somebody comes in and they wanna develop a site, and they're gonna look, and they're gonna say, oh, wait, you circumvented the number of parking spaces, even though there was a report, even though the planning board, but it didn't follow the code. So now we're in a position to go, oh, what do we do?
But there are easements and shared parking agreements. You're not gonna get that from somebody who just wants public, you gotta find two
I'm not
property owners that
disagreeing
will
with you.
share.
I
That's what
think
we
the-
did here.
I think the discussion really here is how we do the paperwork to get the
But
final.
that's what we have,
resolution.
easements and shared parking agreements. That's how you do it. You have covenants that go with the life of the property. That's
See,
how you do it.
we're
It's the only
saying
legal way to do it.
We
And
own
did
the
that.
properties. We're not sharing with another owner.
Right.
Anyone else who comes in is going to want to share with another owner or
So
municipality.
there's another project out there that came to us and asked for an easement for parking. We said no. They can't get the density they want because we said no. It's
Right.
very simple. It's all written agreements that go with the life of the
The
property.
easements take care of it.
Yeah, that's the way to solve it. You guys know that.
Jim, your thought was to check with Eric Russo and try to work something out.
Well, one of the things is just that the application for tax bill, which was the 1.5 down to the 1, I don't know, and we had a brief discussion about it. I don't know what this was based on. What authority does this board have to go from the 1.5 to the 1? Other than, the only thing I can find is the comp plan that Terry recognized. That's, was he relying on that, on this one? But at the end of the day, it's more about, I think, there's a resolution, there's a pathway to resolve the shortage, the public benefit for the shortage of the parking. We'll get that one way or the other, I'm sure, I'm very confident. Cheeto's a tremendous work in the village, we all know that. We'll work it out. I mean, they're already providing a parking lot next to Overlook for how many spaces are in Overlook? You know, similar to the CBS?
71 and 15.
Yeah, so I mean, that's part of it, it's speech estimate right there, but, we can work it out. If they do a pilot, they'll do a pilot. If they do something in lieu of a pilot, we do some other public benefit, we'll work it out. I think we're, again,
So you're in charge of that.
yes, I'll work it out. I'll work with our great planner over there and with Terry and
Okay.
everybody.
All right, that's, because we could go on all night, really.
Yes.
Okay.
My question is, what happens next?
We're gonna go over the other items, just wanna make sure.
I was gonna say,
let's
it's-
Make
address-
sure there's nothing else.
Let's just
That's
address
what
the site plan, just address every possible site plan issue tonight.
Yeah, it's Angelo's turn.
Right. We can always call you.
Was that the last item on your list?
No, he has that right. The only other major one was just which I know they said they might not be able to do because they've got the site plan approvals and cost estimate for everything.
Oh.
Normally the board sets a performance bond based on like a detailed
Yeah.
estimate, like
Right.
off-site work and on-site
Yes.
work, and we don't have that right now. We have the total cost of everything. I just don't know what level the board wants. Because in the past, applicants have been required to submit a detailed estimate.
Yeah.
Shows, sidewalks, building removal, like
Yeah.
basically everything you can incorporate.
Yeah.
We just don't have that right now. And I don't know, typically those are reflected in the resolutions of the performance bond is set at this is set at this. That's all gonna be established.
Yeah, we
So
want
that's all
that.
I'm saying.
Because
We've
that's,
never done this early.
What's that?
They want the cost estimate itemized. We've never done that before. but-
We can't do that. I don't know what our costs are. I don't have an approved
Yeah, we don't know
plan.
what the approved plan is. You guys keep changing it
You
every.
gotta remember, I have health department, I have DOT.
We've never
I have
given it
sewer
before a
district.
resolution.
We
You
can't
can
give
look
you
back.
an itemized
We
list today.
condition, I
Can you,
mean,
why can't you, I
You
mean,
haven't
I
had
it.
suggested, I suggested
Yeah, it's been a condition in the
We gave you
past.
preliminary numbers based upon what they gave
Yeah.
me for the total
It should be a
cost.
But
condition.
it's changing every moment, so we don't know what the final plan is. You keep
Right.
So
adding
we asked-
public
could we
I'm
amendments.
not against that.
As a
I'm just,
Right.
it's been required recently, so I'm just following what we've been doing. So
We've never
if
done it
If the
before.
board is okay with conditioning, then that's fine.
It should be a condition.
Yeah,
Good, you got it.
and then I know you submitted you got the revised plans, I'm assuming the DPW's comments are in there. I mean, DPW's gonna need it
Yeah, well,
anyways.
they're addressed in the letter too.
Got it. I just gotta go through it, and otherwise I'm not super concerned about drafting it. Parking does have to be reflected though in the resolution, so whatever.
Yeah, well, I think you will
Yeah.
work on that part. Yeah, so we'll work on it.
That's fine.
Anything else?
Shut that down.
I'm gonna go right.
As part of the comments, there was a comment made about timeline. I'm gonna say the same thing I said for the overlook. Okay, it'll be a condition. We can tell you now,
They are.
18
They
to
agreed.
24 months.
They agreed to a condition.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Southwood.
Nice to see you all.
Always
All
nice to
right.
see you.
I'll see you at the end of the evening.
So I think that took care of Texaco too, then.
Yes, unless you.
that took care of Texaco too, right?
Well, we asked them to update the site plans. They knew that they had extra parking. Or the code.
No.
No, the C2 right? Exactly. Okay. Yeah.
Six more applications on tonight. Do you need 5 minutes or?
I need a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break before we continue. Road, site plan amendment. Is the applicant here?
For 16A?
For 16A?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, he never answered my email, so I don't think he's coming.
Okay.
If he's just, because I think he's actually, this is just like.
Yeah, it's very cool. Okay.
Okay, so this is an amended application?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is one that was a single-family home approved, it was, it was a couple years ago, this was approved. Basically there's been some changes since the application was originally approved. It's actually a little bit less intense than it was. There used to be a swimming pool proposed that has now since been removed. The house has also been reduced, I think by 10%. There's a little little box in the beginning that kind of goes through all the changes that were made. The house was slightly reduced in size. It was also located, I think, 20 feet closer to or moved 20 feet closer to the front property line, away from the rear. There was, and there's some regrading and changes due to the IA system that had been proposed. Also, the retaining walls themselves that were there have been reduced. So originally, the retaining walls were wrapped. You kind of see them all the bubbles in the bottom. The whole bio walls those originally went further back into the rear of the property have now since been cut short. So this is an application which, I guess these changes occurred during construction. So it is an active site at the moment, but given the timeline of what was done, we figured we'd bring them in for the full review process. In terms of major comments, first of all, I'll give Mr. Parker credit there for reviewing this project. So,
Thank you, Parker.
yes. You did a very good job.
You want a donut?
So just a few, we don't have super major comments on it. First thing has to do with revising the plans to include setbacks, right? There's some retaining walls that were done. Actually, one thing that I know our building inspector would be very happy if I mentioned is that originally there was some of the retaining wall that was built within the village right of way, and we've had them remove it, so now it's back fully on their property, and they were willing to do that. The question is, if you look towards the front of the driveway entrance, kind of where the right of way is, there is a portion of the wall that's still there. Again, it has to have a 5-foot setback, but it's not shown on the plan, so that's something that we're asking them to add, just a setback. Same goes with the proposed retaining walls, which are just north of the residence. It's a little hard to see from there. But it's, again, just showing the setbacks to make sure it complies with the code. The concern is, of course, if there is no setback, if it doesn't meet the code, it would have to be referred to the ZBA. So that would be kind of the next step for this. The other one we wanted to confirm compliance with has to do with the driveway. So there's a bunch of regulations in the village code about driveways in front of residences. There's one, it's actually pasted in the staff report, but one of them regulates, it's under 250-33, but one of them regulates driveways that are in front of a garage. They can't be more than, I think it's 1.5 times the width of the garage. And I think based on the plans, it's not unclear whether or not it complies with that, so them showing the garage door width as well as the driveway width is what we're asking for. And for portions of that don't front structure, it can't be more than 20 feet in width. So that's that northern portion, making sure it doesn't need to comply with the code. The other part of it is there's also a requirement for setback to be at least 5 feet. Oh no, 5 feet from any lot line and 10 feet. Or I read the wrong code. It's 5 feet from the stop line. I apologize. 5 feet. And again, based on the plan, it's just that setback's not shown. So first of all, it's just kind of dealing with that, just clarifying the plans. It's not a major change in our opinion. The second part of that is that we've gone through the plans. They have updated the grading, the drainage structures, right? They've shown stormwater drainage calculations that appear to meet those code requirements. The one thing we're just asking for is updated retaining wall plans, given that they have changed substantially, just confirming that what's shown matches, right? Make sure whatever the plan system is match what's been constructed, and then what's available, the certification from an engineer saying that's when the build is compliant with typical engineering practices that approve the plan.
So did you guys notice this on a site inspection? Is that
Yes.
what happened?
Yeah, I believe the building inspector noticed this on a site
Because
inspection.
the stormwater seems to be, like I ride and walk on Oakwood a lot, and it seems like a lot of it's running, like they didn't, during construction, like really hold back a lot. So I'm just
Okay.
curious if that's what started this? Did they get
No,
a,
I think, did they come in themselves, or was it because
They were getting permits.
they were
That's
getting?
if you look at the last approved site,
oh,
which we do
okay.
have if you wanna see
Because
it.
they might want to fix that. If they're still constructing, they might want to fix the storm.
They should have a.
For the,
You know, this is the sign plan.
Yeah, still fencing and then.
yeah, it's
I haven't
not,
been there yet, unfortunately. but-
it's not, but.
Yeah.
That's the 2023 sign plan.
Okay, so that's the prior plan there, you can see the former house location. And you see the wall off the property lines. You see how much more wall there was proposed originally.
Is there any issue with the drainage for their driveway being within the village right away? You know, if you look at the very end of the driveway, there's a trench drain and a leaching pool.
Yes,
That's on village property rather than their own.
it is.
So, I mean, I'm just asking, do they need to get an easement of some kind, or?
I think it's just DPW approval to get their curb cut, and if that's required as part of it, DPW can approve it. I think they're still in that process right now.
Okay.
I think they're working with them on that. But I could
So-
definitely make a note of it.
Just to check.
Yeah,
So we don't know whether they have to go to the ZBA yet?
not yet, just based
Okay.
on the plans. So, again, something we typically ask for before it comes before the board, we didn't wanna, you know, we figure we'll at least give them a chance to do it for the board tonight, so.
Okay.
Just because it's an active, it's a construction site, so.
Then there was questions about secret. I believe the last time this was done, was this considered type 2 action the last time they reviewed this?
I could pull up the resolution.
Well, yeah, let's pull.
Type 1, no? 'Cause
Well,
walls-
that's my thought. For some reason, I could be thinking of the wrong project, but I could have sworn it was a type 2. I apologize. I have this in front of me right now.
Should have been type 1.
Should have been a type 1. That's our question. Is given again the changes would
Imagine.
reduce the magnitude of what was done already. But then the question is, if it wasn't evaluated properly, would we want to bring it through the secret process?
It was only 2.5 years ago. I think we would have.
Flagged as a type
No,
1.
no,
You're
it's
probably
type
right.
one.
I can't remember all the
Yeah,
top.
right. You gotta check.
Yeah.
So I have the resolution here, we just want to know, what the secret,
Yeah.
it was type 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're probably. Because it's less impactful, I wouldn't recommend reopening that.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
Sorry. So, that was really over comments. It wasn't anything major, just making sure it's zoning and then making sure, I'll definitely add the drainage to them. Make sure the drainage needs to go and also if they have approval for what was.
Right. Yeah.
built.
Okay.
Because I seem to remember we had some concerns on Winston. There was a person who came in redoing their recharge, Jesus, sorry. There was a person who came in, they're redoing their retaining wall, thank you. And we had them redirect stormwater onto their own property. They had the ability because it was a lower area. But, you know, we didn't want it within the village right away. So that's the reason it's stuck in my head. If Rick's okay with it?
Yeah, we'll send it to, we'll definitely refer it, so we can write refer to the board, refer to
Right.
DPW, comment on the drainage. And if there's anything else the board thinks it needs at this time,
Did they change significantly the planting, why can't I say the words?
Landscaping
Gill
plan?
here. Landscaping plan.
Oh,
I believe, is
sorry.
there is a formal with this submission?
I thought I saw one with this, I just
I
didn't
think
know
there
if
is.
it's changed
Yeah.
significantly. Like, what are we seeing here is what's already done, or what? Okay, because the landscaping hasn't started yet, but the walls have been built.
Yes,
Okay.
they are pretty substantial.
They have water draining onto their property, right? So
Yeah.
Yikes. So
Soil area is a
they
little-
probably didn't consider that in their drainage calculations, right? They probably just went to the property line.
They just did on site. Yeah.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how high up it goes after their property line. You know, a lot of extra water.
Do you want to request a look into that? To make sure.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I mean, hypothetically, it's from other residents though, right? That are
Yeah.
supposed to contain their own.
And I think that's what, I believe we spoke about that when this first came before us, and that was the answer. The property, the neighboring properties were supposed to take care of their own.
Yeah.
Um,
So if they have an issue in the future, it might be an insurance thing.
Right.
Right, it might be a,
I mean, you could look at possibly look at the LiDAR on GIS to see, get an idea of how much is additional. I mean, theoretically, it's only depending, well, on the slopes, it's gonna be greater, but, you know, usually there's a factor that you apply on landscaped areas versus, you know, paved areas, so. I don't know if it's worth, I mean, this guy's gonna have water all around him. I mean,
yeah, bottom of the hill.
right, it's got that drainage run next to his property.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how it was fishing. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Yes.
So they, last resolution did, require a phone fund.
Yeah, before.
So that's good, you know, that they'll do, he wants to get that always.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
You wanna go?
That was really good. Yeah.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay. 340 East Broadway. Here he is again.
Either one of them.
Donuts are out of the way, but please take one if you.
So, this is a proposal for 4 lots, all as of right.
Right.
We received approval from the Board of Review at the Health Department for the 4 lots by incorporating 0.84 time variance credits, which we will incorporate as soon as we have the village's approval. So if you put them in, you can't get them out.
Right.
For reading through the staff comments, it appears to me that staff is okay with the 2 separate driveways on Thompson and the 2 separate driveways on East Broadway, which is, of course, how we'd like to develop it, and with the drainage on all, with the drainage on all the lots. And we have, I'm sorry, Brandon, I apologize, with Tony Holzmacher's office here, who responded to all the comments, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Yep. Oh, jump in? Yeah, I'll go ahead. Yeah, so we're basically, right now, we're in what's called it's a preliminary, right, approval plan. So you're originally the sketch plan phase, which is kind of where you just discussed the lot configuration, right, you find that acceptable. Now we're in technically the preliminary, major preliminary subdivision layout approval, if I'm saying that right. It's
Right.
basically the preliminary approval, right? It's not the final, but it's almost there. And there's a bunch of code requirements. The code kind of walks you through all these typical plan elements and everything has to be incorporated, all the things that we kind of look for on top of that, right? That we have our own clarifications on. We did go through it very extensively, and again, Mr. Parker did a great job of putting this together. We worked together on finishing up today, and found that it pretty much meets all those potential conditions where they're applicable. Right? There's some major subdivision requirements that don't really apply to this project, like the development of roadways, there's what's the biggest one? But development of roadways, right? Because unfortunately, the way the code reads, that anything 4 lots more is the major subdivisions. That's why it falls into this jurisdiction. The part of that, Ray, we do mention the site access. One of the discussions last time, I know Ray thought about with common driveways, right? Putting them together, potentially all coming off East Broadway. East Broadway or combining together. There are alternative configurations shown in the plans. In our opinion, we reviewed them as staff, maybe we partners maybe will pull them up. It does seem that while we don't typically recommend individual curb cuts, the way this kind of lays out, it seems like the individuals might be a little better. There's greater impervious surface with this development of this. Also, just the way it's kind of configured, it doesn't seem to be the most practical. But again, that's up to the board's discussion tonight.
Yeah, I mean, my prime concern was on Thompson at the curve, because there's the one driveway, I think the driveway on the west side there might be a good spot for a combined driveway there with the two lots, because a lot of traffic uses Thompson. They come around the curve pretty fast. There's school buses that use it. I think you're on the outside of the curve on Thompson with the westerly driveway, but the easterly one might be in jeopardy a bit from traffic coming eastbound and coming around that corner quickly. Be best probably if you could combine those two into one at the location of the westerly driveway.
If you'd like to address it, we really prefer separate ones because in selling houses, it's something that people really don't want, and the agreement and maintaining it. It obviously has to be done when they're flag lots and things, and there's no choice. But
the other question too, while you're at it, is the grade on those, because it seems to be
there's a little bit,
drop
but
off. It's not significant.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there, and I'm trying to remember where the two property lines meet on the south side of the property. Isn't there's some drainage in there? That village drainage, yeah, so you'll have to get an easement.
You can't put a driveway there.
And that's something they're proposing for us. Like the village currently has access and maintains it because it's on private property. So they're proposing the easement to kind of allow the village to continue to use that.
Right.
Which our initial concern was that when we first got the plans, we thought it was the opposite. They're using it to accommodate their own, but they have their own separate developed. This is just to allow the village to maintain it, which we found to be appropriate. I know Greg was initially verbally on that impression as well, or accepting of it as long as it's allowing to maintain it, or still working with DPW on that side.
Excuse me, Dave.
Yes.
That's just kind of this gentleman that usually mics that he's watching.
Oh, okay.
So these are nice one.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're all in trouble.
Do you need anything?
What's that?
Yes, indeed.
I don't want one. I'm just background.
do you want to give a little more information, on avoiding the common driveways, particularly on Thompson?
Yeah, based on where the drainage inlet is and where the leaching pool is, a shared common driveway wouldn't be feasible there, as well as based on the amount of clearable and usable space for each one of the houses for a lot. We are minimized on the amount of area we're allowed to clear. So all the shaded areas are areas to be or to remain and non-cleared.
Because we're only doing 60% clearing on lots in this zoning of this size.
I've found in the past that shared driveways cause problems with the neighbors.
Yeah, it's not the easiest thing to really, unless there was really no other practical way to do it. And, this is a relatively rare situation in this day and age where you happen to have 4 lots, 2 on one improved street, 2 on the other improved street, with nice depth between them and meets the zoning to the letter in terms of the size of the lots. And it's, really just 2 driveways on each street. We're not talking about changing the world over there or anything. So, from a layman's point of view.
Not to argue the point, but that to raise concern, I've spent a lot of years walking my dog past that property, and you do have people coming around, you know, from Belterre towards Myrtle that, you know, it is a concern as far as sight distance, maybe more so for the easterly one, but, you know, because you do have hills. I mean, I have no problem with the way it's laid out, but there is that concern with both the direction, either direction. That
Yeah, if I'm the owner of that house on the right, at least I have, I mean, I would say, I'm not gonna try to back out of this driveway because I gotta look both ways. Somebody's
that's
coming
what
out.
happened.
So I've got a turnaround there, which is good. I mean, it's almost like you wanna put it in the closing documents.
you
for the
don't
person
wanna
who
back
buys the
out,
house,
right.
that you
Right.
gotta exit head first.
You're 100% right.
And you
about that.
can't, you're not clearing that one area, so the driver's head's gonna have to be, well, the driver's eye will probably be past that cleared area, so they'd be able to see, in both directions, so, all right. Yeah.
Just in general, are we then, after this, potentially gonna move towards a public hearing on this?
That's the next, yeah, basically our ultimate recommendation at the end of all this was that if the board's accepting the layout as it is, for the driveway access, the next step would be to go to a public hearing, on the application. We did mention in there, if the board feels it's necessary to, of course, do engineering review, that's all up to the board. I don't know if it's as substantial. We were initially concerned at first about the amount of disturbance, but it's not, it's under an acre, so it shouldn't trigger SWIP requirements.
Right.
There is a couple retaining walls also being proposed, but they're all, I think they're under 2 feet.
Right.
Tiny, yeah, small walls to make it work, so that's less impactful. Oh, okay, wait, there's one more important one, SECRA. This is an unlisted action pursuant to SECRA. Right now, we have the short environmental assessment form submitted. If the board, under unlisted actions, you could use the short and do the coordinator review in that era, just using the short environmental, because it's not, you know, potentially as impactful, and I don't think we have a major issue with that. It's only if the board wants to require the full environmental assessment, they can. So do the short. And we always recommend to do the coordinator review. I know it's not always required, but I think for this, because just because health services involved, you know, they've already, you know, made their own input on it. So that's what we recommend tonight as well. If the board wants to move to initiate, it's required the intent for lead agency to initiate the coordinator review of the application.
Possibly 4 houses with full tax bills putting children in the school districts.
There you go.
Yeah.
Which is,
Okay.
probably something that's not a bad thing for most of this.
So this is just the subdivision. We're not talking about actual site plan building.
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, this is purely subdivision.
So this
Yeah.
secret was only for the subdivision, not when they actually come and start building. Then it would have to go through secret again.
Well, so theoretically, this should encompass this subdivision itself, right? So you're building individual single-family homes. That's a type 2 action under secret on our village code and generally. So
Right. So they're gonna come when they start building. They would have to come back.
No.
Get a permit, I think it's.
Yeah, it's just a building permit. There's no, so because it's single-family home construction,
Okay.
they won't have to come back to the planning board. So, they just go through the building permit process at that point. So planning board does the subdivision of land. The only time they would go back to the planning board, for example, we have other ones where there's a roadway proposed. And those details of the roadway will then eventually have to get approved by this board, and eventually, we have a couple of those going on right now in the village. With this one, because it's just a subdivision, the board can approve the division of the lots, then it's filed with the county approves it, and they technically have 4 separate lots, which are almost treated as if they were never subdivided, right? You have an existing lot now that you can build on. And if it's a single family home, as long as it doesn't trigger any of the secret requirements of the state law or the village code, you can just build with a building permit, yeah.
We want to do the secret at the earliest possible time.
Yeah,
Just
this
making
would be-
so there's not real steep slopes. Like we're not missing something because we're not really looking at it as
There is a
building.
slope down.
There's a slope analysis done, and it
Okay.
doesn't trigger any steep slopes on it. They're all under our code is a 20% threshold, so our code's very high. It doesn't seem to trigger that. They do show, based on the plan submitted, they have stormwater calculations, and they seem to show that it'll be fully contained, when it's developed, will be fully contained on site to a 3-inch rainfall standard as required. There's, again, not huge in terms of regrading of the property, it's relatively flat enough. So in terms of the typical secret triggers in our code, it doesn't seem that this would trigger it. It's just, it's an unlisted action against the subdivision. The
Right,
matter is-
right.
Yeah.
So did you want to go down this and we'll check it off or no?
Yeah, what's your thoughts on this? Parker came up with this. It's still, for each recommendation, you have a little checkbox as opposed to, so you maybe you want to add some comments, you can write it in, or check things off.
Sure do.
There you go.
Good job.
Yeah. So we'll adopt it.
Our next meeting is going to be
Yeah, you should. Bring Parker up here.
Yeah. Well, somebody, we need to get somebody quicker on the aerial photos.
What do we do now? You go up there, that's hard. It would be something you doing it, I feel bad.
So do we
Yeah, so.
motion about the lead agency?
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Lead agency plus, do we have to declare the, short?
Unlisted action and
Right,
then.
that's what it was.
Oh, so, yeah, so you would say, you would, declare your intent for lead agency status,
Right.
initiate the coordinator review of the application. It's once the SEAF is, you found it to be acceptable. We had one minor edit in it, which I don't think it's enough to preclude you guys from initiating, but in terms of disturbance, it currently says that 2-point-something acres will be disturbed, or really it's only 0.8 or something, or it's this minor typo in the SEAF, so we just have to fix that. But as long as, you need to say upon submission of that SEAF, board declares their intent.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to declare the planning board lead agency.
Well, no, you,
The intent to be.
The intent.
Yeah, it's hard, I know. The intent, declare the intent for lead agency status, and then initiate the coordinated review.
All right, I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'll write cards,
Yeah, we can do so.
The hell?
Yeah.
It's like on TV.
Yeah. And then is there, I guess, is there any issue with them choosing to hold a public hearing next month if SECR is ongoing, the coordinated review, or should you wait for SECR, the type of coordinating to be done first before the public?
As long as you, yeah, I mean, you're not gonna make a final decision until
SECR, yeah. So you said you could do, if you wanna hold a public hearing next month.
Is there time to,
It wouldn't be 30 days, though, it would be less than 30.
oh, the code says something else.
So,
The code,
so you approve the layout first and then.
yeah.
Okay, I apologize.
Plus, our next meeting is in 3 weeks.
Right.
Got it. Okay, I'm sorry.
That would work out perfect.
So we'll have to do SECR first then before they approve this stuff. Okay, so it might be SECR and then we'll come back to the next meeting for, or no, well, it'll be less than 30 days from now.
We have a
Right.
meeting in 3 weeks.
Right.
The next meeting is July 9th. So that doesn't give you the time.
We won't give you the time to do it, so we have to wait till August.
August, yeah.
August 20th.
Might that be an actual public hearing then, August 20th, is what you're saying? Public
We'd have
hearing may end up in August 20th?
Yeah, well, so the thing is, this board can't become lead agency until after 30 days. And it's gonna happen in between meetings, so they would have to declare it at the April 20th. You could set it for April, August 20th, is there an issue with that?
No.
You could do that.
Want to set a hearing?
Set the hearing for August 20th. if you
Yeah.
want.
That's what I was
Okay.
saying, I'm
That's
sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's what I meant, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
I knew we were gonna have an August meeting.
I know, I was trying not. I was trying not.
That's fine.
So is there anything else that you have?
No.
For this one, no, unless you're comfortable enough for that, you're comfortable with the driveway layout, right? You guys are okay with that, so we'll write that. Engineering, we don't think is required at this time.
What's the whole Pine Barrens thing? What's
In
that?
other words, the Suffolk County Health Department requires 20,000 square feet per lot. And we have 64,000 or something, a little bit short. So because we're about 80% short of what you need in the total area for health, we went to their version of the variance and board review, and they approved incorporating 0.84 Pine Barrens credits to get the yield required for health.
Okay.
and that's all been approved by the board. It's literally just down to, and whatever, nuts and bolts to get our final health approval, incorporating that part of 2084 Pine Barrens credit, which we will do as soon as we know we have your approval, because if we were to do it now and we ever had a problem, you can't transmit it back to us.
Okay.
But that's a matter of a few weeks is all. And of course, you have to have a final health approval, but it's just that will happen technically right after the village approval, because we can take a chance of doing it, but it's likely we're confident, but can't get it out if you, once you put it in. So.
Do we need to vote on do we need to vote on the public hearing, setting the date? Or do we just
So I just have a question. If we have to approve plat for the public hearing, can we do that in the same way?
Have to approve.
The preliminary layout. You have
The
to
way the
approve-
code reads, you have to approve that first before the public hearing.
Right, so but you can't approve that until.
We do the preliminary layout
Oh, no.
on July 9th.
No, because secret's a 30-day time
Oh.
period, so it's not 30 days.
What if we push our July 9th meeting?
A week.
No, because then it becomes a problem.
Zoning board.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Let me just look at the calendar.
Well, they're waiting along.
Let me just look at the calendar, hold on a second.
I mean, I'm not the world's expert on this, but I'm not sure it'd be an issue to do preliminary and final together. I think I've seen that done in the past.
Well, the public hearing's before the final. It's weird, the way the code, I guess the way the code reads, I forgot we talked about this earlier, is that it's like you have to do the preliminary, you approve the preliminary, and then you have a public hearing after that. Then, I think there's a bunch of, the preliminary approval is always interesting though, because you have a bunch of conditions that have to be done prior to final. But then, I always thought the public hearing was part of the preliminary, so that's not.
Typically,
July
yeah.
It is, right, isn't
Yeah.
it? So what do you think? What do you think?
You do have a Thursday available, the July 23rd is on the board, so July 16th.
That's not 30 days though, is it?
I'll say it's the 18th.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
Sure,
so
sure.
that doesn't help
I don't
us.
have to do it tonight.
Sorry. It was an idea.
Maybe we could make July one of those 28 days.
Have the public hearing on this, on the
Well, they're saying the way the code reads, they approve the plot first, then
Do you want to see if I have it?
yeah, I would check.
Hold on a second.
Sorry.
section of it
I think it's one more page, or less than.
Moral of the story is you could just approve secrecy if someone makes an application,
Yeah, it's fair.
I mean, it is whatever the rules are, That's the difference there are, it is what it is.
We're getting interpretation?
Yeah.
Can we just,
Does anybody need a copy?
while we're waiting
Yeah.
on that, I'm not opposed to the engineering consultant review. I don't know about you guys. I'm just skipping to the, another piece while we're waiting.
Do we need that?
I mean,
Just because it's not much, it's just grading and clear.
it's up to you guys.
Yeah.
I just feel like with, have you guys had enough time to actually really look at this?
To the extent of.
I mean, you don't have time, like, there's not enough people. That's what I'm
Parker-
saying, like,
Parker's- I will say-
since we're,
But pretty detailed, what Parker did too.
yeah,
He
okay,
did go extensively.
feel very
Yeah, I
confident?
mean, I thought his comments were
Okay.
very detailed.
Good,
That's
okay, that's so this is, my concern is that since we're so short-staffed, if it's,
One more thing on the bottom.
one extra pair of eyes, it's always a good, right? Like,
Right, no, absolutely. This, I think, was very detailed.
Okay.
So I think
Yeah, it's
Great.
pretty-
so
And
then,
it's elementary.
Pretty rare you have to put rows into,
Yeah.
it's-
I trust this. I
Okay.
stand by Parker. I looked into it. We did go through it. Like, we
Okay.
sat down today extensively, like, just making sure we didn't miss a
Okay.
lot, and it's pretty straightforward. This is also the biggest concern, but then it's actually not really very steep.
right,
So,
okay.
the other thing I said, are you guys, was the drainage easement. Do you find that acceptable, the way they designed it. They put 10 feet, right 10 feet around it, on each side of it. It's a village, existing village infrastructure.
I
It
think-
do-
Do we know how much?
Gotta get
we know?
DPW comments.
Right.
Yeah, we did, so
Yeah.
we'll refer it to.
If they're okay with it, then we're okay with it.
Yeah, as long as it's only a single, only a single leaching pool in there, it should be straightforward. They can access it from the road.
And it's probably
But
more-
then maybe
Yeah.
according to Ray, your comment was maybe who's going to maintain that vegetation so that they can see when they leave
That's
there?
supposed to be non-disturbance, that area.
Okay, like, do you think, I haven't been on
I'd
that
have
road
to
in
walk it
a long
out.
time.
The way it's proposed, it's on us, the village.
Okay,
It's-
just, you know, for safety to make sure that people can
Right.
see.
We have a photo of that area.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's the drainage inlet.
Yeah. But to Laura's point, if you look at, the only problem becomes, and I'm not saying to take these down, although it is.
Those
probably-
will be coming down actually,
will?
because
Okay.
it's after the drainage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, because that's
This is-
where,
you're
the-
looking-
that's where the driveway is.
Correct.
On that
Oh,
side.
okay, all right.
they
So they're
should
going.
set them
Yeah.
down.
okay.
Okay.
So you're pulling out here behind these guys, these are going anyway, because that's where the driveway's gonna be. So,
Yes.
yeah, 1, 2.
It's not
The one
clear.
that goes in the roadway and
Yeah,
the
right.
drainage pool.
So because the first driveway is gonna be here.
Okay.
the second driveway is gonna be-
That's where we're at, we're at the preliminary plat right now.
So we can do both?
Yeah, I mean, there's no specific provision in the code that requires the public hearing for the consideration of the preliminary plat. The provision is that before the planning board acts on any subdivision plat, it shall hold a public hearing thereon in accordance with 770 of the village law, New York State village law. So it's before you have, it's not specific in a code. If you need to, yeah. I mean, typically, in my experience, sometimes you have both. Sometimes you have a public hearing for the preliminary, and then you have you might have a public hearing when you're ready. You go through the whole process on the preliminary, right? And then you may not have a public hearing on the final. You know,
Yeah, I wouldn't think we need to.
you probably don't. I don't think you probably
Unless
need
there's
it
major
for the.
changes,
Yeah, for the final, I think you could have it.
Right.
Yeah.
I would probably recommend having it now, and then if you, and then, I don't necessarily think you need to have a second public hearing on
This
this.
is straightforward.
Yeah,
So we can have it on August 20th.
yeah.
Yeah.
Can you use the mics, please? I can't hear you.
He's saying August 20th is good.
It's good. It's just anyone in the process, so. I agree. I did that used to, so,
Yeah,
same thing.
yeah, same.
So on
So does the
August,
South End plan
We
book.
do secret and we're gonna do the.
Yeah, no, that's an approval with secret, yeah, public hearing.
Assume lead agency and have public hearing on the same day. Yes.
I probably broke off, yeah, just hang with it.
No, they're really.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're good, right, Jim?
Retaining wall design, I think is the last.
2 feet.
Oh, okay.
It's a curve, I feel it. I feel it. It's a high curve. Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
Have
a good night.
Thank you for squeezing so much.
No, yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, 450 Myrtle. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Paulina Giampetro. I work closely with Mr. Rich Rosenberg. He had a minor procedure earlier this week, so he filled me in on everything. So I'm going to take over for him tonight. We wanted to come present to you tonight because we updated the site plan package and the architectural floor plans and elevations. So we did submit those back in the beginning of June. and we can go through those if you would like. The other item that we are looking for today is to be able to get a demo permit issued. We had submitted an application for the demo permit, and we're just looking for relief on that, or a lease on that.
Why don't you first go through the changes on the
Sure.
plan?
We have up on the screen, not much has changed on the site plan. We did a review with ARC. We've gone back 3 times with them. Yesterday, we went over everything with them. We finalized our reviews with them. They had asked if we could switch 2 of the buildings, which we did. The side of Myrtle Avenue is we switched the middle building. It used to be a townhome villa building. It's now a townhome building. We switched that with one of the villa buildings over on Belterre. So you'll see those are highlighted. One the presentation that was submitted today. No,
It's the old one.
that's the old one.
Can you email me? I can forward it to you.
It came out like 4 o'clock.
Yeah, there you go. So you see the one on Myrtle Avenue that's bubbled, that was swapped with the one that's bubbled on Belterre for the ARC's request. We also did address all the comments that were received by the staff memo from March. That was part of this resubmission. I don't know if you wanted me to go through those as well. Included was off-street parking notes we added to show which locations are going to have, which units will have what parking spaces. There was a comment about the swimming pool that's being reviewed by Health Department. And for the demo permit, we submitted demolition staging plan and other items with that. Like I said, we went over at ARC. We've reviewed all of their items. Yesterday they were finished with with all the comments. They approved where we're at. So we can go over the elevations too if you want to scroll down.
While you're doing that, when you switched the buildings, you kept the separation distance between
Yes.
the buildings? That
Mhm.
was-
Yep, we were able to keep that. So this is the townhome unit, the front elevation, and then the rear elevation. That rear elevation you'll see has some stonework on the end, and that's going to be on the buildings that are visible in the interior. That's the side elevation of the townhome. Floor plans. There's the villa building, front and rear, and then side elevations, the floor plans for them. The clubhouse. And main entry. Another main entry. That's the gatehouse elevations. And then the clubhouse again.
What's inside the clubhouse?
There's gonna be a fitness room, there's some card rooms, it's a gathering place. There'll be pool, bathrooms for the pool, the lounge and card room on the 2nd floor. So as we're, nearing where we've finished with ARC, we're hoping that we can get the demo permit issued, and then we're also requesting a public hearing to be scheduled with this board for the next meeting in July.
Only this is the part of the demo plan?
Correct, yes, that's the demo removal plan. And then I have a staging plan here. I don't know if we have that on this screen.
During construction, are you going to be able to house all of the building materials and equipment on site?
Yes,
Okay.
so the way the construction phasing will go, we'll do the models first. Then we do the gatehouse, some infrastructure, clubhouse will be thrown in there, and then all the materials will be on site. We'll go building by building based on the market conditions.
So you don't plan on, okay, based on market conditions, what if there isn't a huge demand? Are you going to stop building?
No, we won't stop building. It's just based on what buildings people are looking for, then that will be like a focus, and then we'll go throughout the site. But we will not stop building in the middle of the job.
Okay.
It'll be complete.
Okay.
Wasn't there a portion, one of the buildings to have some of the elements or look like one of the existing buildings that was going to be demolished?
So
That's
the clubhouse, yeah.
That is the
We'll go
clubhouse.
back to the clubhouse. So they took the architecture, the front arch at the front entry of the main building that's in existence today. The cupola is on the top, the doghouse is on the top. The brick is the similar tannish brick, a hickory colored roof to reflect the color of the roof today. And there will be brick on the three sides, the front and then both two sides of the building.
Was there any thought given to reusing some of the existing brick face from the building?
It was thought, and we would have liked to have done it, but they've looked at the brick, and when they try to remove it, it seems to be crumbling, so it's just not feasible. But we wanted to. The cupolas, we're going to try to reuse the ones that exist today if it's possible. So we do want to do that. It's just the building is old and
Thank you.
I'm looking at VHB's response to the Dan, your comments or the staff recommendations. Did you feel it was adequate, the responses from VHB?
So we've gone through them and we've met, we've also met with the applicants on it too. I'll be frank with you guys, we are still working through some of these comments because as you can see, obviously what's been going on.
Right.
So we are working through some of them. In terms of like substantial concerns, it doesn't seem that we have them at this time.
Okay.
I think we're still kind of working, again, just making sure everything's, what needs addressed. I know there were some comments too, I don't know if we were going to bring up the little rooms that were added, the
FACP rooms.
FACP rooms.
Sure.
I know there's a couple design changes, right, that meet fire code requirements that we reviewed. Actually, Jim was there as well. We talked about them, and they seemed to be pretty acceptable. There's some slight changes to coverage calculations. We found that to be okay, acceptable as well. Yeah, it's really, but again, and the ARC's comments. We were obviously, Josie was actually involved in a lot of it. I was there for a little portion of it, but we were there for most of that. And, it seems that you guys have responses to most of what the ARC's requested.
Yeah.
So, but technical details, I do know, we did refer to engineering.
Yes, and you did get the comments back. We did look at the comments. I have Angelo Lino from VHB here as well. He looked at them.
I haven't seen them.
And
It should have been.
Did I may have missed them. I apologize.
It's okay. I think it was a couple days ago, so I might have.
Okay, so I missed them.
We didn't get them. Yeah, we got them pretty recently. But.
Okay, good.
We reviewed them and they seem to be, minor comments to be
Okay.
addressed.
Can I ask one question? I wanted to ask, because I know, for some reason I remember us talking about it, and I could just be blanking right now, about the spacing between the drainage outlets. There was Brookhaven requires 18 or so, and it's 10 on here. That might be a more technical comment.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't do that.
So I'm totally blanking. I just remember 'cause the engineers brought it to my attention today about, and I think we talked about it. I don't remember if it was the drainage structures, what it was that they're separated 10 feet, Brookhaven requires 18. I
Yeah,
didn't see
so,
it.
right, and we actually had this on another project that.
That's what it was.
Yeah,
Okay.
and so town of Brookhaven requires drainage to be separated 1.5 times the diameter of the structure.
Yeah.
We, all the time, you can attest to it, Bill, right, all the time when we have site constraints, this is an awkwardly shaped site, we're jamming, a lot of utilities in there, plus all the drainage that we have to fit. When we have space constraints like that, we shorten the spacing between drainage to 10 feet. We do it everywhere, it works, there's no issues with it. We're proposing that here. As a part of our review of the Holtzmacher's comments, we will look at that comment and address it accordingly. If we feel we have the space to separate the dry wells, we will do that. But I always contest that more drainage is better than less drainage, and the spacing at 10 feet works.
Gil?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Makes-
I mean,
it makes sense.
We used to separate them 8 feet because that was a section of pipe. But now with PVC pipe, you can make it different lengths, but, you didn't want to have a pipe that would possibly settle, so you wanted to make sure that you had a length that would handle the distance. Pretty exciting stuff.
I think so.
I do too.
Civil engineer.
Right, right.
Yeah, wildly crazy time.
Exactly.
It's so much fun.
Let's talk sewers.
Why? Don't we? Yes. No, we need to, I'll bring it up, I don't care.
Okay. Well,
Apparently, fire marshal commented that there's a discrepancy between the fire marshal and DPW.
yes.
Fire marshal wants a emergency access in this area of the site. I see that it's gonna be regraded anyway, it looks like.
Well,
this
this is
a little
the-
bit grading? Yeah, this
That's
is
a
the
demo.
So on Belterre Road, they want an access?
Remember it was originally there.
emergency
So
Yeah.
access.
DPW reversed their verbally, again, I don't have any writing from them
Yeah.
yet. They reversed it verbally to me that, about the
They're-
emergency access. But yeah, the fire marshal's still,
This was discussed at the change of zone, and it was not put into the covenants. They said it wasn't. Board of Trustees said that it
We
wasn't.
acknowledge that, it's just the fact that if the fire marshals are making a statement that they need that emergency access, I don't feel it's our place to override them and not put them in. I know it's a pain in the butt, I know it's what the board said, but
It actually conflicts with the board's resolution.
I know.
we have to go
but-
back to the trustees.
Yeah, that's my take, I'm not gonna argue with the.
Who goes back to the trustees?
Well, because
Trustees have said they did
One
not.
one access,
Right,
one
they did not want
access.
it.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean,
I understand what
again,
you're saying,
yeah.
because it's conflict.
Oh, I don't know.
I would say fire safety, you take that.
The fire marshal
Street.
did state that if there's a problem at the one entrance, they have nowhere to go, and that's why they want that. Because aesthetically, I wasn't in favor of the second exit at
Because it
Belterre
also
Road.
causes more clearing, it also causes disturbances. of
Clearing,
sound.
the
We talked
clearing
about
is
all those
minimal,
things.
that's a minimal argument.
Yeah,
Again, I don't know why the board wanted that, didn't want it in, but again, if, and I'll
It's a
say it one more
safety
time.
issue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if the fire marshal's coming out saying, we need this, to me, that's, unless the
agree
board
with
is gonna
you.
sit there and try and put fires out
I
at some
agree
point.
also, yeah.
So Jim, my question is, if this, at least this is how I saw it work in other municipalities, so I'm not saying anything, I'm just saying if this board requires emergency access and the board of trustees covenant says one thing, don't they have to go back to the board of trustees who have to?
Well,
then
we don't
consider
have
it?
anything in writing,
I
that's
think
all.
we'd like the opportunity to talk to the fire marshal though, because I think they're not really understanding the access, because in the front, we have two driveways. You could always come in the other driveway. Also, if you drive around, and you guys live here, I've lived here for how many years? There's one access to the site immediately joining us in one direction, one access to the site immediately joining us in the other direction, across the street where you have many, many other units. You
Right.
have one access. And as I testified before the Board of Trustees, because they did a very comprehensive secret process where they had us analyze this, when this site was occupied, you had 411 people there. People going back and forth all the time for decades and decades.
Right.
And there was never an issue. So I understand the fire marshal may want two accesses, but why is this property different from any other one around it? Plus, how it operated for all these years more intensely. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, again, it's a very simple thing. I'm not gonna argue pro or con.
Right.
If we have to get something from the fire marshal, if he doesn't submit anything, then I think that's fine, you know. But if they do submit something in writing.
We have it right now. It's not on this most recent design. It's on the prior one. And
Okay.
then we showed the updated, not this one, the one right before this one. They saw it. That's when they reiterated it. I have not sent them this one yet. I could do that and clarify what's going on. And I have before. I'm just saying. It's
Terry,
just,
you wanna meet with them?
Unless you wanna meet with
Them?
them.
I mean,
I think we should have an opportunity to talk to the fire
yeah.
marshal,
Yeah.
to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, there's definitely a conflict because the Board of Trustees have gone through
Absolutely.
and have ruled one way now. And I get it. I mean, look, nobody wants to take fire marshal recommendation. Everybody, you know, you gotta, it's a fire marshal, you wanna be sure that you're doing the right thing, you wanna listen to them, but we do have this situation that has been presented and reviewed by the Board of Trustees already, so I think if you, I'm more than welcome to set up and make myself available for a meeting too, and
To talk to the
Yeah.
fire marshal, but we still will
and
request.
the other thing I was possibly thinking about is reaching out to the fire department, you know, and support your fire department, see what they think, what's their input on this. You know, I think, we all live in the immediate area. I think the applicant says
I lived on
there was a
Bush
time
Road
when there's a lot
wheelchair,
more
there was
people
no way
living
out.
in there than
Right,
there's gonna be now. But, yeah, listen, of course, nobody.
I mean,
cares.
in
Fire
reality,
safety
the
more
fire
than I do.
department is gonna get in no matter
Well,
what.
absolutely. It's gonna- right.
I know.
And then I
I
just
realize
like their equipment and knock
Right.
And
things
it's a
down.
very,
Enjoy
very,
that stuff.
the front entrance is very, very wide.
And
Yes.
it's, right, absolutely.
It can get probably 4 or 5 trucks in one shot in there if we have to, but I mean.
And while we do that, I still would reiterate our request for a hearing in July. And we can, we'll work on the fire marshal.
Yeah, I'll do whatever the powers that be tell me to do.
Right, understood,
I'm a
yeah.
I was a volunteer fireman, so
Yeah, right.
I get it, and I dealt with fire marshals, for 40 years. I get it. It's more than a few trees that'll come down. But I'll do whatever you want. I just need my ear.
Yeah, no, I don't see
I'm not-
why one would
yeah.
preclude
Right,
the other.
yeah, exactly,
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
Thank you.
And then just the demo permit, right, because we've been waiting for the demo permit, they said we had to have the planning board take a look at it, so here we are.
The plan was, the demo plan, Pauline was submitted to
Yes.
Josephine
Yeah,
had it.
Josephine has done a plan. We also submitted the fee and the bond.
Okay, we didn't know there was a plan submitted, but right in anyway. That doesn't make much difference.
Does the demo plan include the asbestos removal and all the
That,
specs?
there was
and
a separate plan, but that was included in the package as well, yeah.
All right. So this
We
was-
will actually be able to present you tomorrow with a letter of asbestos removal. It's been completed.
Oh, it's been completed already? Any unforeseen problems?
No, it's actually probably a bigger job than taking the building.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Wow.
The village is closed tomorrow for
Oh, so
Juneteenth.
no, we'll give it to you.
But
No,
it
good
also
point.
puts a kibosh on the July meeting, the public hearing, because there's no time to put it in the paper.
It's only 3 weeks from today.
It's only 3 weeks.
August 20th is the next public hearing.
But
We'll
were
just set
you
that for the
going to
other-
check with the paper on that?
But we can still put it
We
in.
have to, we're closed.
Right.
Who
The
puts it in
deadline
the
is-
paper? Us?
I-
It's usually
it
us.
has to be
Yeah.
in by noon
But
tomorrow.
can we put it in the
We can do
paper?
it ourselves.
No.
Let's go.
It's not a process.
Why can't I put it in the paper?
That's,
I'm gonna pay for it, that's respectfully, right?
no.
In my fees. Okay.
I can check if I can work tomorrow, I don't mind.
Oh, you mean?
Open the office.
It's due tomorrow, so it's due
Don't check
tomorrow.
on me. I
Yes.
don't have any
You check, I
control.
mean, I
I thought that's, yeah.
I don't know, I thought you were gonna try maybe
How
to
would-
call them and
Well, at this point,
see
it's
if they
probably a
can
moot.
get it in Monday?
You call them on Monday.
Or, I don't know, cause this,
How do you submit these digitally or?
The editor needs everything by noon on Friday, the week before the paper is published. Paper comes out on Thursdays, the deadline is noon on Fridays.
Can we do it tonight?
They're not closed, they're not open.
Oh, I thought you just submitted online or something.
Who, me?
No, I thought that's how we submitted these things, that's,
I can do it after the meeting, I mean, if you-
I'm not trying to.
I still have to make the public notice. This is,
Yeah.
you know, this isn't the normal procedure, usually it's drafted and then a couple of staff people look at it and approve it.
Right.
This is a document that gets mailed to the radius neighbors, we can't just throw it together. Has to be, the wording has to be correct. It's not a template that's already done, in other words.
Yeah, I think it might have to be August.
Is it possible to move the meeting a week, like it was discussed previously?
the July meeting? No, we can't. We've already moved it. No, we did not move July.
The mailing is different than the
There's a reason, right?
publication.
Wasn't it?
No,
The mailing
there
is
was
one thing.
something.
There's something that Thursday, I forgot what it was. Because zoning board's the following
Yeah.
Thursday, so we can't do the last week of July, because that's
Was
zoning
it
board.
court? I don't know.
I don't know, what was, something came up.
Right.
You just said something.
Well, we didn't change.
Oh, it was a posting, no, it was because of the posting, that, right, or no? I don't know.
It was, we contemplated changing it, but it didn't solve the last issue.
Oh, got it.
The
got it.
last issue was it's not 30 days from today.
Secret, because it was a secret
Yeah.
process, this is more of a.
But if you do push it back a week, I won't be here. So just have to make sure you have one.
Well, I'll happily pay you double time.
It has nothing to do.
Well,
Why does it pay when you?
well, what is this? It's
It's just, all the paper's the same thing, it's always been that way. If it's Public Works or if it's, they want 7 days.
So we can get the demo plan to JRH for review, right?
Well, that was if you wanted to, before that meeting or before?
No, now, I mean.
Yeah, but
it's in,
we
right?
have the escrow, well, so JRH, my understanding is we would have to request additional fees from JRH's first review. JRH review, you
Oh,
have
they
$5,000 escrow, we only have 500 left. So,
Oh,
they'll probably ask, I'll have to get an estimate from them and then, or you can send another 5,000 on mine, if you want JRH to review the demo
Yeah.
permit.
We're not gonna wait for you to get an estimate for this, because, you know.
So is 5,000 acceptable as a escrow amount?
Yes,
Okay.
it's fine.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's just,
No,
I'm
it's
just,
okay, it's all right.
Yeah.
You're right to ask.
No, so let them review.
so you want, so we'll refer,
Further.
yeah, we'll refer to them, we'll just send you guys a letter again, like last time, just requesting the.
This is on the demo permit?
Yes.
This is on the demo, yeah, demo permit.
And, what's the process?
Typically, it goes to engineer review, engineer gives us comments back, and those comments go to this board, and the board makes its decision.
So we can't get a demo permit until it goes out to review?
Typically, if they go through, yeah, if they go through engineering.
How long has the application been in?
It's been in, we submitted it June. Sorry, that's what, back in May.
So it's been in since May, and you're saying I can't do the demolition? I've submitted the bond, I paid everything, I can't do the demolition because what has to get reviewed in the demo permit?
I think the board, it's really the
I'm not
board.
trying to give you a hard time.
No, I understand,
It was
no,
our,
it's.
it was our concern, because we hadn't seen a plan that, you know, about having a proper demolition plan and so that's why we asked for the review.
But we've had the plan in since May, I think.
Is,
Oh, Mike.
Okay.
yeah, no, I mean, just, we have Josephine's input on the demolition permit, does she feel, she have the ability to review the demolition plan?
I believe so. She said, you know, she
Because
was
the
ready
code
to,
doesn't
she was kind of
specifically-
ready to, but she wanted the board, the planning board's input. that's where, remember originally we said we were bringing it to the planning board, then it was like maybe it wasn't, and then.
Well, that's my opinion. I mean, from the
No,
code.
no, I know, and then, but then I presented to, the chairman, and they wanted to still work. just to
I
be
mean,
sure.
I think the board had, as a planning board has wide discretion on things, and they could require certain, the code doesn't, just to be clear, the code doesn't provide that the planning board has to weigh in on a demolition permit, right? They've already sent this memo, and have already said that this is a distinction between alterations, renovations, that's all has to do with buildings that are gonna be used, right? Demolition permit is covered in a separate section of the code, and that section of the code, this section of the code talks about, does not use the word demolition. The other
Right.
section
I know.
does.
I'm not
If there was an intent to use the word demolition, they would have put it in that section of the code, so that's, I've already weighed in on this, I've already sent the emails on this, I am
You
the
did.
attorney for the board.
I'm not disagreeing, I'm really not even disagreeing.
Well, you kinda are, but.
No,
What do you mean? No,
It was
I-
us that was disagreeing.
It was the board, I presented, we reviewed it together.
I agree that the board
I'm
has some
just-
discretion, but.
All right, that's
No,
fine.
I
I'm
can
just
ask for an
saying-
opinion, I give the opinion, and then
Understood.
it gets ignored.
It's been me that
I don't know if it was
playing
ignored,
more
I think it
meetings
was
before
we
that. Sorry.
disagreed.
Well,
Everyone turns to me every time. So what I'm gonna say is we have a building inspector consultant as well. We also have Josephine. Josephine is very good at what she does. She's very detailed. I don't mind saying this. If you trust Josephine, I think she has the capability of doing it. It was just your concern, right? This board always reviews demolition. I understand if it's not in the code, it's fine. I'm willing to listen to your opinion. I'm just
the
explaining.
board does have, I mean, in certain circumstances, in this one, I believe the board would have to review it, and again, they have wide discretion, but reviewing whether it was an architecture, the historical nature of the building, those kind of things you look at, and that was looked at, it was reviewed, and the determinations were made. That's, I believe, is what a planning board looks at. But, I mean, I'm not saying that, again, also, you're also volunteers, and you're doing this, and it's 10 o'clock at night, God bless you all for doing this, and so I'm not challenging the authority, but again, there is provisions in the code that provide for what the board is supposed to be looking at, and then there's provisions in the code concerning demolition of buildings, and it's a separate section of the code, which I've already.
So Josephine's already looked at it to a certain extent?
My
and
understanding,
has some
yes.
comments?
We have a consultant available to us as staff who can help us. We have a building inspector consultant as well. He's a building, he works with town of Brookhaven contracting to help us.
I think one of our concerns is like, where's the material going? Where the trucks leave
There's
the
a plan,
site,
there
the
should be.
routes, where the truck's heading with the demo, and
That was my
that's our main concern, and
It's all contained in the
everything
plan.
can be staged on site.
So
This is the removal plan.
This is the removal plan. These are the locations of the, the containers, or the dumpsters are gonna be, there will also be some trucks that will just come in, they'll put the material in the trucks and bring them off site. It's gonna be a combination, they'll separate the material specifically of where it has to go. And typically what'll happen is they'll have, once the dumpster's full, they'll call for pickup, whether it's either the next morning or that afternoon, and then it'll be trucked off-site to the different locations, depending on what type of material it is. Some of the stuff will be.
Are they using Belterra Road, or are they gonna use Myrtle? Or are they using?
They may use both. Since it's only two, I mean, they're gonna go south, they're not gonna be going north up to, into the village, downtown.
Trucks are covered.
I'm sorry?
Yes, they're
Material.
covered.
Yeah.
That's a code.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm fine with this plan now that I've seen it. It seems adequate, I mean, if we wanna further review, I don't know how much really more is necessary, other than whoever's doing your demolition is gonna make sure that everything is covered If it has to be wetted down a little bit, it'll be wetted
Oh,
down.
no,
so you can
we
keep the
have a
dust down.
special, does have to be with it.
Yeah.
We have a special water connection, like the main's connected, but
Right.
we left a connection for wetting.
Suffolk County Water Authority's been working on Belchair Road in front of the property. Is that you guys?
That was probably doing the disconnect.
Yeah, so we disconnected the domestic line, but we left the hydrant line, the
Mhm.
fire line, so we could be able to, wet down what we need to wet down during demolition.
Okay, thanks.
Is there a provision for rodent control, or is that already done with the
Oh, yes,
asbestos
there's a
removal?
big provision. In fact, we met with the adjoining property owners, the condo.
Uh-huh.
I'm forgetting the name.
With the bridge.
Yeah. Why am I forgetting? What's Canyon Creek.
Oh.
Yeah, no, there's a whole extermination program.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
I'm seeing a box that says design, a designated staging area for material handling and crushing. So how do you prevent material from, I don't know, being
Becoming
yeah, thank you, Gil. It's, I can't, and keeping it on site, if somebody's walking up or riding up or whatever, Myrtle.
That's the idea of why we kept water, is we're constantly are wetting it so that nothing goes in.
How do we, enforce this? Like, does somebody go and watch this happen, or?
Yeah, I understand there's regular, I don't know the building side of it, but I understand at
Okay.
certain points during like these type, like building or demo, someone does go, usually it's building, it goes out,
Okay.
inspects it, during certain periods, so there will be.
Joseph's job probably, right?
Yes, yeah, it's not me, no. But you'll have, we just have to be notified, again, I don't know the periods off the top of my head, she'll probably let you guys know.
If stuff becomes airborne, you'll know it pretty quickly. And the neighbors will be, neighbors
Okay.
and people across the street in the hospital, that it's,
Hospital, yeah.
there's usually a little bit of a smell that, kind of indicates stuff's getting airborne. So, been in trouble for that before.
Okay.
So I think summarizing, having Josephine review it.
Yeah, we can. We'll take out the 5,000 request. Unless the board wants it for any other engineering, but for future reviews, but that's up to you.
Yeah, take it out, I would say.
And then the public hearing's up to again, the board.
So, after this discussion, are we saying this is okay and they can get their demo permit, or we?
It's
Asking
okay
Josephine
pending
to-
Josephine's review of it, and all the
So-
documents that go with it.
Would you let, just a question, when Josie reviews it, right, and we get, how we want this to work, then, do you, letting her permit it then? Or does the board, or would you wanna see those comments?
Can I interject?
Yeah.
Can they approve it subject to Josephine's review?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah, that's
I'm
probably the
trying
best way to put it.
Does Josephine have the final word?
Yeah.
Well, exactly, yeah, it's, that's all I'm saying,
I think
that's,
so.
as long as,
Just subject to her review.
based on what Jim said, it's technically, it's more.
I think it's fair. I mean, it's, let her,
Oh, yeah.
why bring it back to us? If she's the one who's gotta be, appeased, she's gonna tell us when she's happy or.
Just gonna do background.
Yes.
Do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
She's good.
and we have resources.
She's not comfortable with it, she'll let you know.
Yes, yeah.
She's very good.
Alright. So,
Okay.
let's,
So demo we should on,
So we need a motion for that? To approve it?
to approve the demolition
Yeah.
program, yeah,
contingent on Josephine's approval.
yeah.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to approve the demolition plan based on, subject to Josephine's approval.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Instead of Josephine's approval,
Building
Cindy?
inspector.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, Josie. She's gonna go up, no, I'll hear it.
She could have dogs.
And again, my biggest thing with I don't think we have any objection to the public hearing, it's just when you guys are able to wanna do it.
I think it's gotta be the August 20th.
August 20th.
Yeah, if that week after the 9th is not available, for some reason it wasn't, I'm not gonna be here and we need to make sure you have a quorum. So, cause I know that, oh my God, I'm going, Mr. Osmer.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Oh,
Is,
Traveling and whatnot,
is
yeah.
traveling a lot, so you
I
just
don't
have
even
to.
know if I'll be around, to be honest with you, so.
What about August though?
August is-
Everyone's okay still for August?
Yeah, definitely.
I technically had plans then, but I didn't know
Okay.
about the meeting until tonight.
That's
So,
also
Yeah.
you know, I hadn't bought plane tickets yet, so I'll see if I can get around it, but I'm trying to coordinate with family, so I might not be here August 20th.
And you know, as long as we have a quorum, those
It's
are
all-
the family.
So who do we have? I'm available.
Right, not 20th, I'm available.
I'm talking about the 9th.
Oh.
The 9th I'm available.
Yeah.
If we push that back a week,
Oh.
I won't be here.
We'll just have to do the thing tonight. Probably no for the paper, that's the problem.
No.
The notice is due
Ninth
for
of
paper
what?
tomorrow, so it's scheduled for the 9th, the notice, like we said, the notice is due tomorrow.
To have a hearing.
Yeah.
I don't think we're having a public hearing on the
Can I
night.
just ask a question? Would it be possible to ask the paper on Monday, since it was a Friday, if they would allow the posting?
We reached
And then
out to them
if
already.
If they would do it, could we do it on the night?
It's not just that, it's drafting the public notice and getting the language approved.
Who approves the
Well,
language?
That's all of staff.
It's me.
There's only 3 weeks between the two meetings. We didn't plan on public hearings in July. There's a lot that goes into it.
July 9th, I asked if you should check with them.
The paper's the earliest, that's the problem. So they need what, they need at least 3 weeks? Is that what it is?
When is that? What meeting is
The
it?
paper comes out on Thursday.
Right.
So it's due by noon on
Understood. How many weeks notice ahead of time
That's 2
does
weeks
the
before the
public?
public hearing. It
2
gives
weeks?
them time to do
So
their
this post-
assignment of
that's what's
sending
doing.
the papers.
We already had an information system. We had a meeting and we got, I mean, you kind of have an idea of what people's comments are. I don't think it's going to be anything.
Those
It's just trying to move this along.
Yeah,
so that they
yeah,
can
no,
get
I
to
understand.
construction. I think
Yeah.
that's really the only
Yeah.
reason, that's the reason.
Yeah.
They'd like to get the building down and start construction.
Sometimes it's not about a month, it's about a season.
Yeah.
Before you miss
Well,
it.
the demo can probably start before August 20th. I mean, you're gonna have your permits.
Oh, yeah. No,
So you
I-
want stuff to do. I mean, it's not.
If you do it on the 9th, all right. I'll do it tonight, say after the meeting, I can write it. It's up to the board, I don't.
we appreciate it.
I'm just saying, I don't wanna, but I don't wanna preclude any, like, that's what I'm saying, I don't mind doing it. It's just, like, you know, it's your decision, but I'm just putting that out.
What's their deadline? Is it noon on?
It's noon tomorrow, so I'm just,
Noon
tomorrow.
And tomorrow's a holiday.
It's just coincidentally a holiday, right? We normally,
I mean, you know, this building was open tomorrow, it'd be a different story.
That's up to you, but
It'd be possible, like Terry said, maybe since the deadline fell on a holiday, maybe they'll accept it on Monday, so you don't have to stay. Nobody wants you to stay late.
I'm off tomorrow, so.
Yeah. I wonder if they, I don't know what the flexibility is.
Yeah,
I don't want to tell you to stay late because you're not getting paid for that either.
Yeah.
Maybe the newspapers.
It wouldn't take
Read
it
the
wouldn't
paper
take you that
notes.
long.
Is it Free Village? Cindy, what is it, Free Village? Fort Jefferson.
I mean,
I'm putting it out there, it's up
I
to you
don't,
guys.
I appreciate the position you're all in, but at this point, I think August is, you know, what, all we can really do. I can't ask staff to be here 24/7.
Was there a question about even the board member, if you guys were available? Because
No,
that's August
16th.
If they will,
16th, they weren't available.
if they will accept it on Monday.
If you call and I get, well, I have to, I'm speaking for myself. I think if you can get an agreement from them to get it allowed to be gotten by the end of the day on Monday, Because you still, there's work to do, and there's always gonna be something,
Yeah, I understand.
in fairness,
Right.
I don't think, I'm okay with that if
If they
Three
accept
village.
it by end of Monday.
end of Monday,
That's
yeah.
Oh, yes, Three Village Port Town.
Because I remember at the county, if we couldn't get it in, you were out of luck, and then you had to go to Newsday, and that was like, I don't remember what that used to cost, but like $500 a pop.
We do pay for that.
New savings, all you have
Yeah,
to
we-
touch.
It's getting skinnier and skinnier.
It certainly
Right,
is.
yeah. So.
Is it Newsday an option, or it has to be the Three Village paper?
It has to be the Port Times Record, that's what the Board of Trustees has
Right.
Okay,
a
gotcha.
resolution for.
Plus the cost. I don't know if we can
Right.
leverage the cost.
No, it does have to be part of it, part of that original resolution had to
Yes.
be, you have the initial, and then you have a secondary in case, but if you don't have that, you have to stick with the initial. So,
Plus residents will only look in one place.
Right.
Give them to look at Newsday.
So they're the first, right? And the actual, they have to post it. They have later, so they have more time. Okay. It's up to, yeah, again, it's up to you guys.
So if they can do it by the end of Monday.
They'll take it Monday,
If
we'll
not,
do it July 9th.
It's the 20th of August.
Right.
I agree.
I don't think we can do any better than that.
That's fair.
So,
So you guys would have.
So you kids just need to
No, we
write
have to
it
say they can
Monday.
do it, at least on the application line.
well, you have to make the phone
And
call
where's
Monday
the
morning,
plans for me?
find out if they'll accept it. If they don't accept it, then you can write it whenever you can. Yeah. Because you don't have anything else to do.
We can check, I mean, I'm more than.
Tomorrow.
I'm more than happy
I
to
don't
call
mind.
them tomorrow.
Yeah.
They'll be open, right?
We have a relationship
If they're open.
with a lot of these papers, because we advertise.
It may
I'm
not
not
be
saying
open.
one would have to do with the other. but
Right.
We
Well,
can,
it helps.
Yeah.
we can ask it.
Okay.
You know, if you want to be
Not asking
realistic.
for anybody to do any work tomorrow, but we can check this. They'll accept. We can check tomorrow whether they'll open it or not. And I'm not.
Okay.
Anybody else have any questions?
Thank you for your time, I don't want to keep you.
We'll let you know, it'll be fine. As I get the
Until
comments.
breakfast.
We
Right,
knew this
right,
was gonna
right.
be a long meeting.
Well, we got it, it's right there. Breakfast is ready.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, guys.
Good night now.
Thank you, Evan, appreciate it.
You're welcome. Okay, 75 North Country.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for waiting.
Yes.
Oh, no worries. Good news is amendments, I don't have to much out of here.
Did we get anything on this?
In the staff report, you got engineering comments, and you also got two things to review. Engineering comments, and you also have a letter from Hannah regarding active stormwater pollution prevention plan that they have going on, so.
Was this a link?
I think it should have been said.
Yes. It was a link, right? I'm trying to find it, I'm sorry. I know I opened it, I just can't remember how.
Yeah, so I think the last we met was a work session in March. I think it was March 19th. We did receive a staff report that went through a couple items. We have not responded to that yet because we wanted to see Ada's comments and respond collectively if we're sure. But I think there were some open items from the staff report from the I think it was March 20th. That we still need to kind of close the loop on, one being SECRA and then one being the additional clearing that's needed to support the DRA improvements. Aside from that, I did review the data comments. I thought they were somewhat insignificant, quite honestly. I didn't see any issues with them from a design perspective. I can easily kind of high level talk through each one of them if that's what the board would like, or however you want to do this.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we can go, if you wanna go through them, or I
Sure.
can go through them together, I don't mind.
Yeah, if you wanna run through and I can kind of respond to them, please.
Okay. Yeah, so I feel kind of agreed to there. More minor revisions that were requested, and some of them I think were probably easily addressed rate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously they asked for a common response letter, which I think tonight, yeah.
Yeah, we can obviously pull that together and we'll address your staff comments as well.
That'd be perfect, yeah, if we can get it eventually. You also mentioned the C4 as part of the site plan, was it maybe intentionally?
I think that was a sheet misnumbering on our end, so that's an easy fix.
Okay.
We just jumped a sheet, don't ask me why, but,
That's what I was
that's
Okay.
easy, that's an easy fix.
Numbering.
It should all be like this.
The plans referencing multiple surveys, is that?
Yeah, so that's also an easy fix. We have had multiple surveys done since the ED project commenced, right, back in 2021, all the way to today. We had done some follow-up surveying in the right-of-way to document the village drainage infrastructure a little bit better for the array design. So unfortunately, our plans reference some of the older surveys, but the most recent survey is that July 2nd, 2025 one. So we can update the notes accordingly on the plans to document that. And that is the survey that was included in the submission.
Okay, that's the one that was, good, that's the other one.
Yep, that's the, and that as-built the ED work that was completed. And it also documents any of the right-of-way drainage that we needed from the village side to the DRA design.
Then they asked, I think it's a small one, the tax lot numbers.
Yeah, so that was a condition actually in the ED approval resolution. There was a separate lot that encompassed the medical office building. The planning board at the time had asked us to kind of eliminate that lot, make it one contiguous lot, which we actually did do, and I can submit the documentation from the county on that. So the correct lot number is the 3.4 number.
Got it.
And we do have that documentation to support that.
Yeah, so you can submit that.
Yep.
That'd be awesome.
Yep, absolutely.
Right, then it says clearly well context, just in proper title, some grades.
Yeah, so again, that's a little bit like a graphical comment. Some of the contours just weren't cleanly tying back to the existing contours at the kind of the start of the DRA. So we can clarify that and clean that up. It's kind of a civil 3D issue on the graphic side, so that's easily addressed as well.
Okay. Next one I figure is easy, just whittling the roads.
Yep.
I figure that's a.
Noted. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. We can do that. Yeah, it's just the ownership of the roadways. We'll have to dig into that and see. I think most of them are village, but we can clarify that.
Now drainage easement, I think this is with legal, right? We're working on.
Yeah. So yeah, that comment number 7 is between Anthony Bardino, the applicant's attorney, and the village attorney to kind of sort through the easements, maintenance and stuff like that. So unfortunately, I don't have a substantial update on where that is. Jim,
Yeah, that's why I didn't know if we didn't get a chance to talk.
Yeah, right, I haven't put Anthony on this issue in a while.
So I can re-engage Anthony to maybe start that conversation.
Yeah.
Next, I do the line work, mentioning all the parking spaces, I guess, to be shown, to make sure it complies with village code requirements.
Yeah, we can clarify that and add some dimensions, and I think they also want to confirm backup distance from the parking spaces, so we can confirm that dimensionally on the site plan.
Off-street loading requirements are not shown, it says, but I believe some are required, I don't have the number in front of me, but.
Yeah,
that's why I was just
so,
double check.
yeah, we can add that. I did confirm that's actually not in our parking calc, so they're obviously correct in that
Okay.
comment, and we can confirm that per that code section, and it's section 250.
Next, the boreholes in the county water, Archaeology 159, says there are no other mentions in the borehole logs regarding water encountered and verifying groundwater elevation of this project site, including the highest expected groundwater.
Yeah, so we can pull the data from the monitoring wells, and I'm sure we did a lot of borings out there, so we can even confirm some of the other borings and the geotechnical data that we have. And that kind of ties into A, B, and C of that comment in terms of confirming vertical separation from bond and diffusion wells. So I don't anticipate any groundwater issues there in terms of separation. It's pretty deep. We're pretty high in elevation, so.
I expect a whole lot. And then the idea of the SWIP, which we were kind of going to talk about later on today, or we can mention it now.
Yeah, so just to update everyone, so we obviously have a SWIP open for the ED project. That SWIP permit actually did include a version of the DRA redesign, because at the time, that was one of the comments from the DEC, they asked for us to look at the site holistically. So we have revised the SWIP to include that. We are currently keeping the SWIP permit open. It's a minor fee to keep it open every year. And we will then amend that SWIP permit when we have an agreed upon final design for the DRA. So we'll update all the stormwater calcs and SWIP documentation to do so. The other HADOC letter that is on topic for tonight was a request from us via the applicant to cease SWIP inspections on site because the site hasn't stabilized as part of the phase 1 phase that was included within the SWIP permit. I think HADOC was in agreement with our recommendation to cease SWIP inspections, so we're just looking for the board's final, as the stormwater management officers, to say yay or nay to that.
Yeah.
Like I said, the permit will remain open, the applicant will maintain that permit fee, and then we will amend it to capture the DRA work.
Okay.
We concur. We walked the site with Hannah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was very.
I think there was some conditions on there, removal. I think there might be some silt fence that was left up.
Yes.
And a couple of dandy bags maybe left on a few structures, I think, on the main access road, but we can.
Remove temporary inlet protection from all catch basins.
Yeah,
Is that,
yeah,
okay.
that's what the
That's what
dandy
those.
bags are, yeah.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you. I
So
didn't know what they were.
Yep, no worries. Yeah. So we can have those removed easily. No problem.
Okay. So that's number 11.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now 12.
Yes. That was. This is referred. Refer the drainage calculations required stormwater volumes based on 3-inch rainfall depth. However, for the code, they're saying recharge bases require 6 inch of depth.
Yeah, so there's actually some history there on the 3-inch requirement. So back during the ED application, if the board recalls, R&M Engineering was hired by the village to conduct an analysis of the off-site contributing area.
Right.
That analysis, they ran the capacity for that analysis at a 3-inch rain event. In addition to that, there was a lot of conversation with the village's planning consultant at the time, I believe it was Salzmacher, and Tom from their office about what the requirement should be, and it was agreed upon that it should be 3 inches with a 100-year rain event with infiltration, right, which is what VHB was recommending as the consultant for the applicant was to provide a 100-year, which is actually equivalent to around a 9-inch capacity. So we can easily provide the 6 inches. We're providing for the 100-year storm.
Wait, you said 9 inches was a 100-year storm.
Yeah, approximately, that's correct. And HADOC is requesting for 6. So
Oh, okay.
We are technically
Sorry.
over-designed based on their comment.
I bet.
But we can revise the calculations.
Just to show it.
Just to show it.
Yeah.
And obviously our SWIP documentation would reflect the infiltration rates over time for the 100-year rating. So that's why we used the 3-inch at the time, because it was kind of, again, it was the recommendation at the time from the village's engineering consultant.
So 13, directing the contractor to locate and remove underground pipe connections and structures, provide all line network for all identified structures and connections.
Yeah, so we'll do our best to document that. We did do a full utility markout, but some pipes are just that deep that they're just not showing. But we know they're there because we can see the outlet in the structure. So we'll do our best to document that and work with the applicant to try to locate those best we can. But that's why some of them are not shown fully because they're just too deep and they don't show up with GPR.
Got it. Okay. I know I didn't think about that.
Yeah. We run into that a lot. Sometimes it's hard to find the determination.
Right. What is this extended line?
Yeah. Our surveyors don't like to do that because it's a little bit misleading. Because it's, they'd rather show an end of investigation.
Well, that's what's minor. It's just call it references note.
Yeah, I think that's
13, and then there was nothing there.
Yeah.
Probably said.
And we can certainly do that. Yep. And then just to kind of close the loop on some of the other, I think the village's staff report from March 20th. I think the two kind of comments there that stick out is the secret process. The secret process that was completed as part of the ED application did technically include the DRA in it. And I think the village was going to confirm that that was in fact the case and that we didn't have to go through another secret process for the DRA improvements. So I don't know if there was an update on that or not.
Not yet. Okay.
Okay.
But yes, we're gonna.
Come in tomorrow.
We can see tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tonight. No, we're doing it today.
Just add it to tomorrow.
We're doing secret today, guys.
Okay, so we just be looking for an update on that, I guess.
And yeah, as soon as we have it, we'll
Okay.
definitely like we just again.
And then I think the other piece of that was the clearing. So permitted in the zone is 65%. Back for the ED project we did, we received relief, I think it was November 2021, to allow up to 75%. To support the ED extension. To accommodate the DRA, we do need to push that to 75.45%. Don't quote me on that, it's a very small, actually.
Did we talk about this before? We said it was de minimis.
We did. It's around 7,600 square feet plus or minus. I think it's 7,630 to be exact. But part of the ED resolution was that there was a condition in that approval that would allow additional clearing beyond the 75% to support stormwater improvements for the DRA. The one thing I would note is that we can actually support Mather's drainage for the 100-year storm within the existing clearing limits. It's when you add in the village's offsite contributing areas that it pushes us over the 75%. So I think, we're looking for a way and a mechanism to move that forward. With the board, I don't know if it's the village going to their own ZBA to do that or how that works, but
It seems fair based on the resolution that's in there, but it would be because I'm gonna go. It would be you guys going to the ZBA, even though it's a municipal like kind of mixed project, but it seems fair based on the resolution. I don't think it's.
Yeah, and the only thing, and like I said,
I don't think another variance is required based on what was. Well, I don't know though. I don't know though.
Lots of discussions on clearing and don't exceed, and this is the max, and
So it is.
will kill you if you go over, and you're up to 75 now, and oh my God, it's, so we just should be very clear on what we're doing, this de minimis exceeding, I don't know how you round it down to 75, I don't think you can.
well, like I said, if we remove the village's
I know what you mean.
we can fit within
You can
that.
justify it, but
Well, I mean,
I'm sure the zoning
really
board
work
would.
in the recharge basin, because there are existing, you're really gonna have to take the trees down no matter what, right? I mean, you can't.
There's, I think we could probably access it, it gets a little bit of the methodology of it, but I
Right.
think we could probably access it from the west side in the parking lot to do most of the work.
Yeah, right.
And limit the clearing, but we would, in order to support the 100-year storm for the entire area, we would need to
Well,
clear that additional east
Not
side.
to be pest, but, in order to get enough parking that you needed, we had to make all the, we had to increase this is a problem of your own making, whether it is from the village, we all knew that the village's stormwater had to go in there. So just saying, if it wasn't for the village, stormwater going in there, we'd be under the 75. I think it's a little, I don't know how I still have it in me, but.
Argue slightly that we did provide our own drainage for that parking expansion, and actually we took off 14 acres contributing area to the DRA during that ED expansion, so we've improved upon that as well, which I think is just worth noting.
Okay, fine.
We'll still look. We'll look at everything that's there. We're
Yeah.
just again. We'll go through it.
Okay.
See what's secret. I apologize in a formal answers to make.
Okay. And then I think the other open item on that was from the staff report, which was the Learning Center. We did submit the architectural documentation to the Learning Center.
Yeah.
Again, that was a condition that was left over from the ED resolution to submit architectural documentation on the Learning Center, which we've done. So we just need further direction from the board on the next steps to legalize that and what else is needed.
I don't have anything tonight. I apologize.
Okay. So I mean, I guess in terms of next steps, I mean, we can formally respond to these comments and get a formal resubmission back to you guys, but we'd just be looking for some resolution on those open items.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll touch base because we don't have a zoning board meeting this month. Actually, so we're a little more loose on time, so
get all that extra time.
A little bit. So yeah, we'll be with Jay with the meeting because I know we also get Anthony in here talk to
Yes.
him about some things, so we'll
Yeah, I
try
know
to move on that.
Anthony said we can link up with Jim.
Exactly. But in terms of technical stuff, I'll get you what you know about, because I know you did some of the architecture, so.
Yes.
What you know, if any comments we have on that development.
Okay. I think that's really, I guess, all I had. Just in terms of timing, I guess, to kind of keep this moving along the best we can. I guess would be the only ask from the applicant. We did submit back in the first week of December. So we want to progress so they can kind of close the door on this. All right.
Okay.
Any questions? No? Thanks for hanging out so late.
Thank you, I know it's short.
Yeah, no worries, yeah. Thank you.
You as well.
Okay, sawtooth cove? Yes.
Perfect. Is it? I'm scared. So this is a tree clearing application. It's proposed to remove 4 pine trees from the rear yard of one of the condominiums. What was it?
No, it's just the court.
The court. Yeah. So so last time the board asked for a plan, basically what we showed what's going to be put in place. I don't know. Pulled 94 Sawtooth Code. What they submitted.
The hand-drawn thing? Okay.
It is hand drawn.
Okay. Not on a napkin, no.
No, you're right. It's a formal.
It was a picture, right?
Yes. Pictures. So they have.
Oh, I'm looking at the.
Oh, and there was a hand.
There's a hand drawn. So yeah, I asked for that. Colored. I was trying to guide them through it. There you go.
That's what
Yeah. That's where they are. They're really right at the property line. It's 4 pine trees. Unfortunately, we couldn't mark them as they were not in diamonds because they're still healthy trees, right? Or older. They're older trees. So the board, that's what the board asked for last. Was a plan showing where they were, and also a revegetation plan. Given that this is a small residential home and that the tree committee itself was not against it, so we were kind of like, I think it's acceptable from our standpoint, but that's the planning board.
You know,
they've been all.
pine trees drop a lot of needles in the gutters. And it's a real, you know, a house has to breathe. And you have a very nice revegetation plan, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the vegetation. I think we have a resolution, right?
Yeah.
We do. We have a resolution. So, the board agrees. Theoretically, this would be one administrator.
I'm just looking at their plan and seeing how much the deer's gonna eat.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, good luck.
Maybe the grass doesn't live.
I've given up on that, my front yard.
This is their plan.
You tell?
I'm not gonna say anything.
What?
This was generated, but.
Yeah, it's generated.
Yeah.
And they gave the species selection.
No, that's fine.
It's up to you guys. I just feel bad at this point because it's been since December and the fact that tree committee was supportive of it.
I mean, if the deer eat it, they'll plant something else with it.
There is a maintenance requirement, and they have to maintain it. I think it's like 20 years.
Oh, there it is, right, yeah. I'm not sure what's stuff in the back.
Yeah, the grass is, it's also boxwoods, we don't like boxwoods.
No.
That's what I think.
Yeah, they just.
I'm reading it. I have it online.
Oh, you have it? Okay. I don't know if I have it.
It does say native deer-resistant plantings and adequate revegetation on site.
Yes.
So it said the tree committee indicated that it was not necessarily opposed to the removal of the subject trees provided that an appropriate landscaping plan is submitted incorporating native deer-resistant plantings and adequate revegetation of the site. That's in the resolution, so does it matter what we're looking at the AI generated, I think?
So they gave the species.
I don't speak plant species, so.
Well, they're right up there. Too.
Oh.
Everything's in line.
Yeah,
It is all alive.
I don't know what any
It's
of
supposed to
that
have both
means.
names. typically the plan would have both names on it.
I mean, it's such a small area, and it's right behind their house, and deer eat it.
Question, we need a stupid resolution, just get
Gotta dig in late.
the 2-year guarantee for the vegetation.
I mean,
It's bushes. I mean, it's.
we treated this like a typical.
Right.
It's not a
I
major
did it
plant, it's
myself.
far off.
My wonderful secretary
I drafted
did a
that.
great job of preparing this. So,
Sorry about that. Just-
you don't blame me. It's my fault too.
You're fine.
I'll take the blame for my staff.
I have one,
Blame me.
one comment on page 2, the third paragraph. There's quotes at the end of that, but there's no beginning quotes.
Oh.
Oh, I just put them in.
You did?
I meant in my mind.
Remember for that was just the tree committee for review and what it was. The tree committee indicated that it was not necessarily opposed.
I don't know where.
I would assume it's by provided.
That was me verbally saying it because we never got a formal letter. I think I
Oh,
verbally
okay.
said it. I was at the meeting as well.
So take the quotes out?
Yeah, just take them out.
Yeah, so remove the quotes.
That's a major comment.
Then I don't want to quote that.
Okay.
That's my interpretation of that. April 16th, the vegetation plan consisting of crawling species.
I was been looking at the clock at the end of the room here, and I thought, well, it's
Wait, there's another
it's
typo.
10 after 10. And I
Oh.
looked at my phone, it's 10:40.
So I would say for the clearing, it says it's not classified as type 1 action. I would say it is classified as a type 2 action. We'll fix that one.
Where is that?
It's the second page, fifth paragraph down. It says not classified as type 1. I would say it is classified as type 2. We should say what it is. As opposed to.
Oh, it's right. Oh, isn't it in the next sentence, in the next paragraph?
Oh.
It's a
It's
listed
listed type 2
type
action.
action.
Okay, well, so just delete that.
Just get that rid of.
Yeah, get rid of the type 1.
Okay.
Oh.
Delete that again. So inspection of building staff, that's correct. I'm just reading it. Is the maintenance on here? Actually, I don't see it. No, it's not.
No.
Where's the proposal?
The maintenance, I don't think, it's not commercial, it's a commercial requirement. Unless it's like a really big residential.
Yeah, I'm done. I motion that we accept the final resolution as amended.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I motion we adjourn.
Wait,
No,
wait.
Oh,
one more.
dang it.
Wait,
No, that's
we got,
25 East Broadway.
Rezos at the end.
Oh, we gotta.
Oh,
So 25 East Broadway is a minor clarification. Basically, they had to submit a lighting plan acceptable to the staff, and we had to update all the dates on the resolution for the approved plan set. So that's kind of what we did, right?
And I have the here
Cindy did it.
for Ray, and Ray.
Great job.
And Ray, you gotta sign it.
Okay,
We have it here as well if you want to, if you want to sign it.
no, I mean, we,
And then Sawtooth you just approved, so.
yeah,
So that works.
confused. So what was the 25 East Broadway? What was?
That was Danforth's, remember the facade
Yeah.
alteration? They conditioned it on a lighting plan because it was the one thing they were missing.
Okay.
We went back and forth a little bit, we got one that we found acceptable. The thing is now the resolution, the dates of the plans reflected in it were incorrect. And the
Oh.
lighting plan was never in there, so now this incorporates the correct dates
Okay.
and the lighting plan. It's a more of a staff thing, we allowed them
Okay.
to proceed, so we're not holding them for this, it's more of a just, we messed up. I'm trying to,
Is that in here?
it should be, what is it?
No, I didn't see it.
I
think you forgot that one.
You might have forgotten it.
I don't think we need to look at it, that's all the change.
It's just the dates are,
We don't know
so
where
the
they are.
dates were revised to be.
So
Want me to print it?
I motion that we accept the revised resolution for 25 East Broadway. Site plan amendment.
Second.
As amended,
As
yes.
amended. Second.
All in favor?
Aye, yes.
That's it, you?
Sorry.
I couldn't.
Motion to adjourn.
I motion, we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
10:42.
have that stuff in my car.
Yes, thank you.
I have some art supplies
Oh,
stuff.
yeah, right.
I thought you were gonna say you had stuff that should have been refrigerated, it's in your car.
God.
That's-